What are we going to work on today? I got a lot of stuff to work on today. I got my sabers done. I'm pretty happy about that. Let me see if I can't connect to. Okay, so one of the first things to do is send my brother an invite. We'll see if he actually pops in, but okay, then let's go back to here. Okay. All right. So what have I done lately? These are kind of scary looking, I think. Painted up some ticks. I even put that little, like deer tick symbol on them. Uh, Pretty much, giant ticks are not only, a big thing in any version of Dungeons and Dragons, but they are definitely on the encounter list for Hyperborea. And I have made it kind of a thing to get together the kind of the weirder monsters that are on the encounter charts for Hyperborea that I may not have in stock. So that means I've painted up a couple of the Men of Ling, and I intend on painting up about another 12 of those. This is I know that it probably won't focus in, but this is kind of, a Man of Ling. And I'm going to be painting up around 7 or 8 Chocho people, which are the like little evil pygmy humans that live on the plateau of Ling. So I'll be getting some of those painted. I've got my orcs. I've been yeah, I've had orcs though, both the ones I've made and the ones that I bought from Otherworld Miniatures. What a real. I mean, you can get the miniatures from Badger, but it is a real shame that Otherworld went under because while the miniatures were expensive, they were really good. They were really good. So, all right, look at this guy. Oh, look at you actually sitting up. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. You know what the difference between you and me is?
Penis size?
And hair. I have more of both. Okay, fine. Hair, not the other thing.
It's a cat riding a unicorn.
It's Adidas.
There's a cat riding a unicorn that says believe.
All right. And mine is the standard, one of the 20 Adidas shirts I own.
Is one of your regular Gopniks.
One of my, one of the my Russian freaking business suits. Let me ask you a question, bro. What color would you paint a crab?
The mech, like a regular
A crab, not a mech.
blue.
Like a blue color.
Yeah, because in Florida we got all those blue crabs.
So what do you think? Like turquoise blue?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see how he looks. It's a crab man.
Oh, a crab man, I'd probably paint him like a Dungeness.
What?
Like a Dungeness crab.
I don't know how that looks.
They're reddish yellow.
Hey,
Hey, what's
Oh,
up?
Jimmy.
not
That's
much. I'll be playing the game tonight.
exciting. I think I'm going to go with your first guess. There, brother. But I'll let Leth ask. Leth, what color would you paint a crab?
I'm not sure because I don't know too much about crabs.
Have you ever found a crawfish?
Well,
Yeah, they're just brown though, ain't they?
Bro.
Yeah, I think I like the blue crab better though.
Eh.
Blue crabs,
makes-
they got white bellies, don't they?
it's like one of those new Pokemon.
Yeah, they have white bellies.
Okay.
They have
My
like
dog-
a crab that's
Oh.
either red or blue if it's shiny.
My
I
dog's
was,
freaking out. Let me take her out real quick.
Okay. I was joking around with my wife, Leth, because we've got our little Pomeranian, right?
Yeah.
And I was saying if you take a Pomeranian, an Alaskan Spitz, and a Samoyed, and you were to set them side by side, it'd be like the three phases of a Pokemon.
That kind of is true.
Because
My
they all
Aunt
look
Emmy-
identical, except one's little and one's kind of medium, and then one's big. It's
Yeah.
like,
My Aunt Tammy had a Spitz.
yeah. My wife had one when we very first met, but it was old when we met. And eventually the old lady passed on, and because that's what happens. And
Yeah, Japanese Chin's getting up there in age now.
this old lady was like 18.
My
been
dog's
around the
getting up
block.
there. Like
Yeah,
I think
she
she's
was
at
up
least 15 now or something like that.
And
And for a small dog, that's old.
yeah, and she for what she looks very similar to the Pom, except she was bigger. And then of course when you see Samoyeds and they're like 75 pounds, but they look like a Pom except big, like
Yeah.
a super friggin' Pom. But yeah,
I'll
just
be right
had
back.
my brother telling me pick the color to. Are you playing in Bubba's game today?
Yeah.
Nice.
Good old Bubba.
Hey, Bubba's good people.
Yeah, that's why I said good old Bubba.
Yeah, Bubba's good people.
Hence the good old Bubba.
Right. I never say good old people when somebody says Hungar.
No, you don't. You're an asshole.
I mean, I love him, but
Well, I heard that guy's an asshole too.
Yeah, I might send you something if you need something. I spent a lot of my Christmas money.
Don't worry about getting me anything, brother.
Oh no. Here's the thing though. I spent a lot of Christmas money for people who want to open presents on heterodox Christmas. But for you and me, man,
Yeah, and I really don't need anything for Christmas.
got till January.
Yeah.
So it's not a big deal,
No.
like So every year I celebrate Christmas twice, basically. Yep. Wife gets 2 Christmases.
I heard her back there saying, "Yay!"
Yeah. Well, since her actual church she was raised in has decided to become retarded, she's really considering going ahead and going through the.
I see a lot of the churches with
Well, no, I'm just saying you're thinking. You told me you were thinking about maybe going through catechumen
I see a
and
lot of churches.
leaving the Methodists and becoming Orthodox.
You see a lot of the Methodist churches up here with 2 services, one of them normal and one of them modern.
I'm back.
Welcome back home. Yeah, I just can't. It's like
I don't
it
agree with
started
it.
out with Martin Luther nailing some shit to the wall, which was right. He was right. But it ended up with like openly gay lesbian priests and stuff like that, which is obviously wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like okay, whatever. I mean, you know what? Another reason I love Taylor so much, and that's my niece-in-law, I guess, or whatever, Jared's wife, is because she saved him from being an idiot.
From being Mormon?
Because he was seriously doing that whole, I'm thinking about being a Mormon. They got with her and she's hardcore Roman Catholic. So now guess what Jared is? Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. I mean, but it's pretty freaking close. So
Better than being Mormon, definitely.
yeah, that's what I said. So I'm like, it's not perfect, but I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's
Close enough.
Close enough. Yeah, good enough for government work over here.
I got it.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. I think you were right. See, in the belly, I'll paint white.
Oh, okay.
But I think you were right. I think turquoise blue.
And white on the tip of the claws.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're talking. I'm talking. When you were saying crab, I thought you meant like a mech.
That's the first thing I asked.
That's the first thing Hungar said. A mech? I'm like, no, you can paint a mech any color you want. That's the beauty of,
That's fair.
Battletech, it's like whatever you want, paint your mech, right? But no, the thing is in Hyperborea,
there are crab monsters.
There are crab men who are intelligent. They live in an area called the Crab Archipelago.
Okay, something scarier than Fallout.
Yeah. And not only that, but they're actually very high tech. Like they have cities under the ocean. They raid above the ocean, obviously, but they also have starships because they're not originally from Hyperborea. And occasionally they will launch one of their starships to wherever the hell they're from, right? And that's why on the cover of the player's handbook of Hyperborea, you see the adventurers standing on a ruined starship, and there's 2 like crab-looking monsters that are dead in it because it's one of their ships that crashed, and now the players are trying to figure out what in hell it is. Because I mean, the players don't know what a spaceship is. They're like Vikings and shit. They're like,
I don't think we're going to get Bear on the stream today. He was streaming.
I saw he was doing the music thing last night. Dude, I was out so early last night.
Yeah, he's streaming right now doing the music thing.
A couple of nights ago, I was kind of up all night. Don't know why. I just couldn't sleep.
I didn't even know he did the music thing on Mondays.
He does it all the time.
Well, if he is happy over there streaming his music and shit, I say
Let him do
More
it.
power to him, man.
Hey, making AI music is fun.
I've been reading through his book. I read through his book some last night.
Oh, the after the
Yeah, so far so good.
no, I mean to hear him talk about it sounds really fun.
Yeah, that sounds
you know,
fun.
the whole
What up,
hiding during
Coco?
the night and accidentally summoning ghost storms and demons, and I mean that sounds like an interesting D&D game. You know,
I
especially
wonder, what I wonder about crab people is, can you eat them?
Yes.
well, you see the claws on these bad boys, right?
If you can kill it, you can eat it.
That's you know, I mean, you know, left.
Look, it wouldn't be cannibalism because
Crab
it's
people, they look like crab, work at mobile stores like people. No, these ones, homie, look like that. I'm painting them blue though, because they're gonna be blue crabs.
Why you call a transgender well?
Geesh. I don't know.
Maybe
What?
dick.
Maybe dick. I remember people getting mad at me on Twitter for posting what is Spider-Man's girlfriend?
Mary Jane.
Mary Jane, yeah. It had like a Mary Jane, and you know, it was the one redhead girl they originally had playing her.
Yeah.
That was really pretty. And then the other one, it was Mary They. And she was like fatter and had purple hair and a nose ring and shit. And people were like so mad. You know, how you doing, Coco Beware?
Hey,
Coco
I thought-
Gorilla.
I thought this was going to be a weed joke, but okay.
No. Even though there is a song called "I'm in Love with Mary Jane,"
She's my main thing.
and I believe it's by the same guy that did Super Freak. Do you love me, Mary Jane? Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
It is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, I think Rick James might have done the Mary Jane song, but not sure.
I don't know. I'm not good
But
with remembering
there is
names
a
and
song
things like
from
that.
like the 70s that's all about being in love with Mary Jane.
All I know about the 70s was
You weren't
basically
born.
that and the best guitarist from that time.
The best guitarist from the 70s, I would probably say is
Hendrix.
no.
Oh wait, did he die before that?
No, but even if he were alive, he wouldn't be.
Jimmy Page.
Come on.
It'd be Jimmy Page.
I think Hendrix is really good though.
Hendrix is good. Nobody said
No
that.
one here is
best,
saying
I
that
know.
Jimi Hendrix sucks.
We are saying that Jimmy Page is better.
What we're saying is Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin is better.
Okay, fair enough. I guess
Though I do like a lot of Jimmy Page music. Watchtower is great. I think my favorite Jimmy Page song though is "Hey Joe."
Yeah, where you going with that gun in your hand?
Yeah. But even if you don't listen to the lyrics, just the licks, you know what I mean? That don't know, you know, that's a good song, right?
that's one thing. Hendrix was also really good at making the guitar sound really crazy. I don't know many people who could actually play like Hendrix.
No, Hendrix is definitely a top 10 guitarist of all time. 100%.
Yeah.
But you have to realize you're talking to Southern white guys. And that means Led Zeppelin.
Okay, fair.
I mean, that's just the rules.
I'm also a Southern like guy.
I know.
I guess I never got really exposed to
But you're a
Zeppelin. that much.
younger Southern white guy. You're not a Gen Xer. For Gen X, the number one rock band of all time for most of Gen Xers was Zeppelin. That's just the way it was. It was like,
I
Yeah.
get it. My Aunt Tammy was weird though because I think her favorite was AC/DC the whole time. She was
Yeah,
a
big
lot of
AC/DC
people
fan.
were AC/DC fans because they're really easy to be fans of.
That's fair.
I mean,
like
every one of their songs sounds the same. You got this guy screaming at the top of his lungs.
Even when they had to replace the singer, he sounds the same.
Yeah, you had like no idea what he was actually saying.
I can understand them.
You know, he got a rock and roll. You know, it's like, okay. When you're at a party, it's like, yeah, that's actually cool. You know, let's do that, right? But then if you listen to the whole, just the whole catalog of Zeppelin, that shit is,
Probably better. I get it. I need to listen.
yeah. Well, because they could do anything. That was the thing with Zeppelin. It was like whatever type of music you're talking about. I
Jonesy
mean, they
could
did a
play.
country song, "Run Your Stomp."
Jonesy could play any instrument you wanted him to play.
Yeah.
And that's probably you guys.
And here's the real thing about Zeppelin. For real, back in those days, they had the best drummer ever to sit behind the drum stand ever. John Bonham.
John Bonham, and then Neil Peart.
Dude, I wonder though, because it happened after Bonham died, I'm pretty sure if Bonham could have did YYZ though.
What do you think of how you say that?
Because he did Moby Dick.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like just such a different style. You know what I mean?
It's
Funny
like-
thing how you say that it's a good thing that Zeppelin can do different songs. A lot of people hate Saxon for actually doing different songs.
Yeah, that's so. No, you see, you listen to Zeppelin, and you can get like on like Zeppelin 2. You get, hey, mom, I like the way you walk. You know, gonna make
That's Zeppelin 4. That's Black Dog.
okay, then what's Zeppelin 2 talk about? Oh,
Uh,
living, loving. She's just a
Zeppelin
woman.
2's got shit. So many good songs. I
Mountain
think
Song,
Immigrant's on Zeppelin 2.
huh?
I think Immigrant might be on Zeppelin 2.
Well, I mean, you know.
It just makes it sound funny because I mean I mean a lot of people who like Saxon hates their Crusader songs, but I'm like those are some of their best. I think I love their Crusader songs.
Living, Loving Maid or whatever I think's on
Living,
too.
Loving Woman.
Yeah. And then of course you've got the Ocean Song.
Whole Lot of Love.
Yeah, a whole lot of love.
What is and what should ever be. The Lemon Song. Thank you.
The Lemon Song, which is just literally about a girl giving him a hand job. Zeppelin
Here's
2,
my
they rambled
lemon.
on and talked about Mortar. That's true. Because in what
Heartbreaker,
how he
Living,
said
Loving
but in the
Maid.
whatever of Mortar. I
Yeah,
met a
Ramble
girl
On.
who was fine.
Moby Dick was on Zeppelin 2.
But Sarn, the evil one, crept up
Crept up and
snuck
slipped away with
me.
her.
Yeah, whatever it was. And that's why I got to ramble on. Yeah, Zeppelin was pretty much dominant. Other people could have other opinions, and luckily we can all like more than one band at the same time.
Yeah, I like a lot of
Zeppelin
old
3.
bands.
Yeah, but
Zeppelin
there was a
3.
minute where it was like Zeppelin was just like,
Zeppelin 3 had the Immigrant Song, Friends, Celebration Day, Since I've Been Loving You, which is
blues. Dun, dun,
out of the Towels, Gallows Pole,
The Gallows Pole, Hangman.
Tangerine, That's the Way, Boneyard Stomp, and Hats Off to Roy Harper.
Yeah. And then, of course, most people know Zeppelin 4, which is the untitled Zeppelin.
Which Stairway to Heaven is a great song, but it's not their best.
No.
My
But
favorite
it's
song on
probably the
Zeppelin-
most overplayed.
My favorite song on Zeppelin 4 is actually Going to California, B-side.
What's up, Big James? Going to
What up,
California?
James? Yeah.
You like going to California? I think my favorite Zeppelin song of all time is probably the Rain song
You can't beat the Rain song.
because it's just so like,
And we've got history
Cool.
with that song.
yeah, but it's just such a chill song anyway, you know. Down, 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 down.
And then you get the piano coming in playing the raindrops.
Yeah.
That's John Paul Jones, baby.
Thing about that is when I'm looking up things about the Admiral John Paul Jones, I keep on finding John Paul Jones the musician.
Yeah, because he's cooler than the Admiral.
Because they're doing it by popularity, homie.
I know.
And while it may not be fair that a musician is more popular than a great naval commander, it is what it is.
I know.
Led Zeppelin was the first band that actually have a jumbo jet. They're like, oh, you got a tour bus? That's cute.
Yeah, I think another band, there were like, when I was in the teen years, there were a few bands I was pretty much addicted to. And it was like Zeppelin, Black
Floyd.
Sabbath with Ozzy,
Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd for sure, pretty much all their shit. And I was a huge fan of Dio when he was in Rainbow.
Because it's just a rainbow in the dark, man.
Well, no, I'm talking about the Man on the Silver Mountain. Yeah, he wasn't in Zeppelin. I like some of Dio's Black Sabbath work, but he'll never be Ozzy. Dio is Dio, and I love Dio, but he's just not gonna replace Ozzy and Zeppelin. That's just not gonna happen. So, but oh yeah, Man on a Silver Mountain. That shit was good, man. But I listened to Pink Floyd so much that my mom came in the room and tucked my 8-track away and told me I had to go a while without listening to it because I had an 8-track of The Wall, and 8-tracks used to, when you got to the end, it would just click and start again. So, it was like one full week of nothing but The Wall, doing
Nice,
some
Coco.
fasted cardio.
I guess I'm weird like that because I never got like obsessed with one band mostly. It was just I'd usually listen to a lot of one-hit wonders from the 80s, Jimi Hendrix and maybe Outkast or something else.
Another very unappreciated band that my sister hated. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. I
Tom
love
Petty friggin'. My sister hated Tom Petty so much that if she heard a song she didn't like, she would ask if it was Tom Petty. And yes, she was joking. But yeah, like if there was a song on that she thought sucked, she'd be like, is that Tom Petty?
I love
like,
Tom
no,
Petty.
that's not Tom Petty. My sister was crazy. She is a funny lady.
Yeah.
And a pain in the ass. And she liked to fight too much. She was a bar fighting. I don't know.
Wonder where she got that from.
Mom. She didn't inherit it from me.
Don't be petty, sis.
Yeah, she would just be like.
Yeah, but she was just an American girl raised on promises.
Yeah. She was an American. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. Maybe it's, I don't know. I just have a hard time understanding why anyone on the planet would, for any reason, dislike Tom Petty. His music is like so non-offensive.
Up in Gainesville during their football games, they always sing "Won't Back Down."
Oh, I hate Gainesville.
Yeah, Gators. They suck, but they still love Tom Petty. So you got
No, I just hate the city. I was up there like last month.
Yeah, everybody hates Gainesville. Ew.
Ugh.
Even the people
I
who live in
learned that
Gainesville.
what I really dislike is just if it's a college town, I don't want to be near it.
Yeah.
And I don't understand because Orlando, we've got universities here, and yet Orlando is not a college town. But you go to like
Parts of it. Like you
Bloomington,
go out to East Side where UCF is, it gets a little collegey. But
yeah,
see,
but
our
you go to
colleges aren't
Bloomington,
as
Indiana, or you go up to freaking
our colleges in Florida don't have big dorms and stuff down in Orlando area.
yeah,
You gotta go to a college that's got like a bunch of fraternities and dorms and shit, then it's just crap.
yeah, the Golden Knights, man. You gotta go get an apartment somewhere else. I mean, but yeah, that was the thing. I was in Gainesville, and I was just like, yeah, I think I realized now why I hate Gainesville so bad. And my wife is like, why? And I was like, it's the college town vibe. I don't like the college town vibe where like, every time you pull up to a stop sign, you got to look because some idiot on a scooter or a Vespa or something is whipping around like an idiot. And then because they're college kids, they're like super ultra leftist. So
The only good thing about college town is they usually have good pizza.
well, yeah, but like when I stop in to order a pizza, I don't want to see a bunch of signs on the wall about how capitalism has failed and gay pride and trans rights or human rights and all that shit. I'm just not down with it, right?
I don't understand. Maybe all these people who hate capitalism so much just don't realize that they suck at life. It's not our fault that they suck at life.
No, dude, the thing I'm saying though is they said they hate capitalism, but they're literally running a pizza joint.
Yeah, with their freaking iMac Apple computer and their AirPods, their fucking iPhones and shit.
I think that's what I don't like about college towns is just the leftism that's so up your ass all the time. It's like I just don't care for it. I'm like, fuck that. Sorry for the language, but
yeah, fuck it.
But yeah, I just don't like Gainesville. I've been there multiple times, and I will say they have an amazing Thai place, and they have an amazing Greek restaurant. Though, I mean, amazing.
And that's what sucks about college towns too. They've got so many good restaurants and stuff, but they got the people there live there.
But the problem is, yeah, it's like everything. It's the people.
I'm just glad we have a really nice donut shop.
Ignorant hypocrisy. Exactly. Yeah, we tried the Vietnamese donut shop up in Jackson. And even my sister-in-law was like, yeah, it's not as good as the one you guys got down in Florida.
And we've had that one for 50 years.
Our sip and dip. But I'll tell you what, they went to like some mom and pop restaurant and ordered some burgers. And these were some of the best hamburgers I have ever had in my life.
Nice.
Hey, what up, Brucey Bruce?
If we want good hamburgers, we cook it out on the grill.
Yeah, I get it, but we weren't going to do that. So they went out and ordered hamburgers. And these were like waiting for the water tank to refill. Yep. These were like the smash burgers, where they throw a ball on the grill and just, and they were so good. The meat was good. Like you could tell they had seasoned the meat before they cooked it.
We have a restaurant here in town called Roco Social, and their burgers are fantastic. And it's like they season the meat so well.
Right.
And everything else is fresh. It's a good restaurant here in town.
And then, of course, when we got home, the first thing the wife was like, we need to get some Japanese food. Hey, Ironcaster, how
What
you
up,
doing?
Ironcaster?
So we stopped at the local place down the block and picked up some sushi and some yakisoba. And
I bought some udon noodles the other day so I can make udon curry.
oh, did I show you though? Jin Jambon,
Oh, those are great.
Korean noodles.
Damn, Bruce, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
All right, man, that sucks, but yeah, one thing I've noticed is these Korean noodles, they're a lot thicker.
Mm-hmm.
They're bigger noodles. And when it says spicy on a Korean package, they mean it.
Yeah, if Koreans are calling it spicy,
I mean, this shit will make your lips go numb.
it's like you get the Bodok Black extra spicy chicken ramen, and it gives you a pack of like the chili paste to put in with the regular seasoning. And I made the mistake of just putting all of it in one time. And now when I get them, I put like a little bit in it. And I like spicy food, but damn, I think Koreans hate themselves.
Yeah, I'm a casual enjoyer of spicy food as long as it's not too spicy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like really the only East Asian food you run into where you don't get a lot of spice is Japanese.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because Chinese, they're going to put the Chinese, they certain part of China, they oh god, they're spicy. I had I had a Szechuan hot pot once.
Yeah.
I never thought I would sweat and eat and enjoy it all at the same time. There's the
Oh,
bear.
Hey,
What
Bear.
Fuck are you talking about?
Szechuan
We're
hot pot.
talking about how hot some Asian food can be.
Is that-
Oh yeah.
all Asians except for Japanese. Japanese, they don't really do spicy. But then you get all
They
the
do.
other Asians.
Okay. They do wasabi.
Yeah, but wasabi is not quite the same thing. We're
Yeah,
talking.
wasabi and a bird's eye chili
No.
are two different things.
Okay.
You think the
Listen.
Japanese
Because I ordered a couple packs of this Korean style spicy
yeah.
food. This stuff will melt your lips off.
Yeah, that stuff's not bad. I had to learn to eat spicy food because people kept fucking with me, so I just built up my tolerance to the point where it's like, fuck you. But
Plus you
that
were
said,
with
I
Sandeep or
still
whatever.
well that helped. But that was before that I got into the spicy food, right? So when I go to like
Right.
an Indian restaurant and I order my food, and they say, do you want mild or spicy? And I'm like, spicy. And they look at me and they go, okay. And I go, no. Not Gora's white guy spicy. I want actually spicy. They'll bring me the food and I'll eat it. And they'll be like, it's spicy? And I'm like, no, this is fucking Gora spicy. And you know it. And they're like, yeah, we know. Because what will happen is this dumbass white guys will go into an Indian restaurant and be all like, yeah, give me it spicy. I want it spicy. And then they won't eat it because it's too fucking spicy, right? Because it's Indian spicy. And then they lose money that way, right? With these assholes. So they always just play it safe. The problem is my mother was really into spicy food. So she used to love to fuck with me and made me eat spicy things without telling me and then giggle at the reaction. So I learned to build up a tolerance. And then my best friend for a long time, the guy I used to do martial arts with, he was the same way. He loved to fuck with me and try and get me to eat spicy shit, right? Like we go to Chinese food and I'd be like, oh, what's that? He goes, oh, it's like Chinese mustard. You'll like it. So I'd put a little bit on, eat it and be like, you know. And he'd be, ha, 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 ha. Moral of the story is people are assholes. So I learned to eat spicy. So by the time I got to a deep, she's like, oh, I don't know if you can eat this. It's probably going to be spicy. And I'm like, let me try. Yeah, it's nice. And she's like, what? She was shocked, but she hated spicy. So whenever we'd get Indian food together, we couldn't share our dishes because I want it spicy and she wants it mild. You know what I mean? So what are you going to do? Fuck. Can't win.
It's like I use Chinese mustard for my egg rolls to dip my egg rolls, and I love that stuff.
Oh, now I love it. But the first time I had it, my mouth was on fire, man. I was like,
It's like when me and James go to a Thai restaurant, we'd be like, how you want your food? I'm like, spicy. They're like, I'm like, not white guy spicy. We want it spicy.
Yeah, they ask you spicy or Thai spicy.
We like Thai
Nice.
spice.
Thai spicy.
Nice.
We want those bird eye chilies in there. We want to feel something when we eat.
And I always get what do I get? It's the flat noodles with the paprika and whatever sauce.
Drunken noodles.
No, at the Thai restaurant.
Yeah, drunken noodles. That's what I got. You got pad thai.
Pad Thai, yeah.
Pad Thai,
Spicy
man.
Pad Thai.
A good spicy
Yeah.
chicken pad thai is like.
And I got drunken noodles or the fried rice, and our father always got fried rice.
So there's
And
a
we'd
restaurant in
always share
Vancouver.
dumplings.
There's a restaurant in Vancouver called I don't know if it's still there. It was there 10, 15 years ago. It was called the Red Lotus. And there was this famous chef who had this other restaurant he worked for, and he wanted to make some changes to the menu, and the owners wouldn't let him. And he went, "All right, fuck you. I'm going to go open my own restaurant." And people were like, he was the reason people went to that restaurant, was his cooking, right? So he opened
Right.
up his own place called Red Lotus, and Red Lotus was fusion Cantonese Thai, and he fused the two together.
That
Oh
sounds good.
my fuck, was that food good? Like we'd go there, like get all the bouncers and shit. We'd go there and just be like, "Fuck it!" Oh, he loved us because he's like, "You big boys, you come eat a lot of food."
Yeah, you big boys. Yeah.
Yeah, earlier we were talking about music, and we had a school left that Jimmy Page was much better guitarist than Jimi Hendrix.
You can't compare them. That's like comparing a fucking Audi Quattro and like a fucking Ferrari. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're both sports cars, but they're designed for two different fucking things, right? And Hendrix, what made Hendrix so good was his brain. You know what I mean? Like just the way he would go into the guitar and go crazy, and just like, you never know what the fuck was going to happen with Hendrix. Page was a fucking artist. You know what I mean? Jimmy Page knew what he was doing with the guitar. But you know who blows them all the fuck away? And no one realizes it. You say, who's the best guitarist? Oh, they'll say Yngwie Malmsteen or Steve Vai or no. Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits.
Oh, that guy
he's
is
so
good.
good.
Yeah.
So my buddy, who was a musician, was in Liverpool, and he was at some club, and Clapton was playing. And it was like an intimate, club type feeling with Clapton live. And Clapton in the middle of the show goes, "Hey, look, Mark Knopfler's sitting in the front row. Why don't we see if we get Mark up? Cheer him on, come on. Everybody cheered. And Mark Knopfler got up and grabbed a guitar, and they started playing together. And my buddy was like, "I love Clapton." Knopfler put him in the dirt. He was that fucking good. It's just like, yeah, Mark Knopfler's. And no one knows it because no one listens to Dire Straits. They're not a guitar band. It's all that shit, right? But when you listen to him, it's like, holy fucking.
Brothers in Arms.
He plucks flamenco style when he plays. He doesn't strum.
Yeah.
Like,
Brothers
it's
in Arms
insane.
is one of the best albums ever.
What is that verse?
Fuck.
Is like, and Jimmy doesn't care if we ever make the
Makes the
scene.
grade.
No,
He's got a good
it's
guy.
he's got a
doing
day
all right.
doing all right. Yeah.
But he can play the guitar like no one.
That game is
Sultans of Swing.
Sultans of
Saving
Swing,
it
great
up
song.
for Saturday night, right?
That's a great song, man. That's a really good song. But yeah, I love,
there's another guy who is super underrated. And when I say who it is, people always laugh, but I'm like, look it up. The lead guitarist for Limp Bizkit.
yeah, very talented. Very, very talented.
That dude is really good. And people ask him, why do you even play with Limp Bizkit? And he's like, it's fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I hang out with these
all right.
assholes.
So
He always
if I'm
wears
gonna-
weird costumes and shit.
I'm going to put together just in my head right now, off the cuff, a band that would be like a fusion band, like one of those, like, Asia or, fucking Yes.
Traveling
or,
Wilburys.
Traveling Wilburys, one of those, like, those fucking like theme bands, right? All right, hear me out. You're gonna have two drummers. You have two. And Living and Dead is allowed on this one. We're gonna have Neil Peart and Stuart Copeland, both on drums. Neil for the fucking insanity of what he can do with percussion, and Stuart for the fucking speed and rhythm that fucker can establish. So you got those two drums. You're gonna have amazing fucking percussion.
Right?
We're gonna grab the bassist from Kajakugu, who now plays with Howard Jones touring. We're going to put him on bass because he's fucking a virtuoso, that guy. We're going to put Mark Knopfler on guitar, and we need one more guitarist Who else can we have on guitar? I'm open to suggestions on that one, but I want Martin Knopfler there as one of my guitarists.
Jimmy Page.
Well, again, you've got Jimi Hendrix, Jimmy Page.
Yeah, they don't play well with others. We need someone who can play well with
Eric
others. That's the thing. We need
Clapton,
someone who
B.B.
maybe
King.
BB King would be interesting. All right, let's throw BB King in so we get a little bit more blues in it, a little more rhythm. That'll be fucking nice on guitar. So we're gonna throw BB King in. Okay. So we've got our bassist, we've got 2 guitars, 2 drummers. We need a singer. I'm gonna have to say Bowie.
Yeah.
I'd agree with
I'm
that.
just putting Bowie up front.
Bowie's on the front.
Who's? But here's the question, and here's the weird part: who's writing our songs for this band?
David Allen Coe. No.
I'm gonna say, give me Prince, because Prince was an amazing songwriter, and people could take his stuff and do amazing things with it.
Yep.
And maybe Prince and
Freddie
I'm running out of
Mercury.
people. Freddie Mercury, beautiful. You know what? And we're going to put Freddie on piano so he can do some fucking singing as well while he's there. There we go. What a band. What a fucking band.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah, the only reason Sinead O'Connor ever got famous was Prince.
Yeah.
Yep. Think about that band. There's not a dry pussy or a limp dick in the fucking audience.
Oh yeah, everybody
You know what I'm
loving
saying?
that.
Everybody wants to fuck the band. Every member of it.
And
You know
every
what I mean?
once in a while, Prince come out and do a guitar solo just for fun.
Abso-fucking-lutely, Prince comes out and does a guitar solo every now and then. So that's a hell of a band. And just imagine Neil Peart's orchestration of drums with Stuart Copeland's double time hitting. What the fuck would that sound like?
Yeah, we already
You know what I
said
mean?
Neil Peart, Red Hulk.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
And
that was actually the thing that I had asked Haas to consider before Bear showed up. Bonham is a great, great drummer, but could he do YYZ? Now, granted, they were a totally different style of drummers, you know.
What the fuck? I'm just reading Bruce's comments. What the fuck's going on?
yeah,
He's
he's
going
having,
through some pretty bad stuff right now.
Oh, sorry, Bruce. Sorry to hear that, brother.
Yep. And with the divorce, and I guess his wife is
being a hoe.
doing, I don't know that she's being that way, but she's definitely up to something. He said she's lost 65 pounds in like a month, and he thinks she's
In a
hanging out with
month?
meth
What the fuck?
heads.
Does she have AIDS? Jesus Christ.
No, meth heads.
Ah, fuck. Sorry, man.
And poor Bruce is going through it.
We didn't pick Eddie Van Halen on guitar because Eddie Van Halen,
He's an egomaniac.
he was a great guitarist, but he can't play with another guitarist.
Yeah, you
And
really
he can't play
could-
with other bands unless he's in charge and fuck.
It's
the
like-
shit they pulled
Yeah,
on what's his name? The bassist, whose name is Michael something or other. No, not Michael. Yeah, it's Mike. What the fuck was the name of the bassist for Van Halen?
Michael something.
Yeah. The shit they pulled with him where they were like trying to pay him less money because bassists weren't important in their minds. You know, like fuck Michael Van Halen and Eddie Van Halen. Well, not to speak ill of the dead, obviously, but yeah.
well, they ran David Lee Roth out of the band.
Yep. And he was the only reason that band was successful, by the way, because look what happened after he left.
Yeah, I mean,
Van
because, and the thing is Hagar.
Because a band is not a solo act, Red Hulk. That's why he should. You want to be a solo act? Go be a solo act. If you're going to be in a band, you have to learn to work with everybody. And lead singers are usually the problem. But Van Halen was 100% Eddie and Michael.
There is
Mike Anthony, thank you.
There is a video on YouTube you can watch where it's like Prince, BB King, Eric Clapton. I think it's Paul McCartney,
They were doing While My Guitar Gently Weeps. For
and they're all doing While My Guitar Gently Weeps.
Harrison.
together.
Stevens.
It's
Prince stole that whole freaking thing.
I like Hagar solo. I don't care for Van Halen Hagar, but I'm willing to accept that that's my nostalgia because I mean, when I grew up, the Party album was 1984. You know,
I hate to break the news to you, Red Hulk.
smoking
They
out
may have
there.
had more hits. They may have had more hits as Van Hagar, but if you turn on the radio now on a classic rock station, you're going to hear Unchained, Pretty Woman, Panama, fucking Jump, Hot for Teacher. You might once in a while hear, fucking Right Now. You know what I mean? Like every now and then you might hear Right Now.
Yeah, I
Doesn't
mean,
matter how many hits they
some
had at the
people
time. It's
some people absolutely
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the Van Hagar.
I like
thing,
Van Hagar. I like Van Hagar. I think they're
but it's a
great.
totally
I think they
different.
sound-
It's a different vibe.
Whole other band. Whole other band, man.
Okay, it's like this. Okay, I love Audio Slave.
Yeah, Audio Slave is the best version of Rage Against the Machine that ever existed.
Yes, that was my point. I love Audio Slave. All their songs rock. Rage Against the Machine, they're all the same.
Bwah!
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say about that.
And it's just like, okay, whatever.
Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Okay, we get it. You're angry. Thanks. Move on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
go
angry.
cash your
Don't
check,
be angry.
bitch.
And then you listen to like Audio Slave, and he's like, I'm not your spinning wheel, I'm the highway, and all that kind of shit. And it's like Rush, Van Halen, Zeppelin, Prince. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great fucking
That's a
selection.
good
buddy. I'm not
lineup.
gonna argue with you
I
on
mean,
that.
you'll keep yourself
Prince-
happy. See me.
So you guys remember the song? Do you remember the song by the 5-band electric band signs
Yeah.
everywhere, signs,
Yeah,
do
yeah,
this,
yeah.
don't do that. Well, one of the members of that band when I was in radio school, my buddy Chris Giroux, it's his dad. And when we picked up Chris, because we all came down to Montreal for spring break, but Chris went home to Ottawa. So on the way back, we said, fuck it, let's zip up to Ottawa. It's only 2 hours out of our way, and we'll grab Chris, and then we'll all head back to college in Ontario together. So we went to pick him up, and his dad was there, and he and I just got to talking about music because his dad's like, and I didn't even know who the band his dad was in. And we got on to Prince, and he said the thing that I thought was the most absolute definitive expression or definition of Prince ever. Super funk.
super fun.
And I was like, yeah, no, that makes fucking sense. Prince is super funk. Like he is just funk evolved into something that was totally and completely his own. You know what I mean? No one out there sounds like Prince. No one out there, even the people that tried to sound like Prince couldn't sound like Prince. You know what I mean? That guy he was like fucking George Clinton, man. He was on a whole other planet when it came to his music.
No, I'm going to go ahead and agree with you. Yeah.
I can't disagree. Prince was his
Prince
own
is
thing.
pretty funky.
Yeah,
I mean,
gotta agree with that.
his version of Kiss.
My name is Prince, and I am funky. My name is Prince, the one and only. I mean, come on. He was telling us what he was.
I mean, his Kiss. You know, yes.
You know what? I like his version, but Tom Jones.
Tom
fucking
Jones
owned
kills
that
it. Yeah,
dog.
Tom Jones kills.
Tom Jones's version of Kiss is like fucking Johnny Cash's version of Hurt.
Yeah.
That's his song now. Fuck.
Saw every one of those bands a bunch of times, and Led Zeppelin. See, Red Hulk. That's
That's how we know you're a
lucky
boomer.
for you. I didn't get. I saw Iron Maiden. I saw Cinderella opening for David Lee Roth. I saw Beer, Real Big Fish, like 7 times. And then I know
Wow.
Hunger and I saw Stabbing Westward at least 6 times.
Yeah, and you saw The Cure
Saw The Cure thanks to Hungar, who got me the ticket.
and Depeche Mode.
Depeche
Nice.
Mode. Me and my bro went and saw Depeche Mode. Guess who opened for Depeche Mode? Stabbing Westward. So
Nice.
it was like, I mean, so that was kind of in my era of the bands I was going to see. You know,
So I love Zeppelin. Okay, I adore Zeppelin. My favorite song is "Going to California." I fucking
That's
love
Best
how
song,
I-
best song on Zeppelin 4.
it. It's amazing song. It's like their high watermark for me. But I fucking can't stand "Stairway to Heaven." I fucking hate
Because
"Stairway
it's
to
so
Heaven."
overplayed.
you. And
It was
Hungar-
at the end of every
said the
fucking
same
school
thing.
dance. It was the whole thing. So I read this article in the 70s. They did a show in New York State where they were so fucking high, they did a 2.5 hour version of Stairway to Heaven. And that was the only thing they played for the whole show. And all I could think to myself was, I would have been the asshole who finally got tickets to Zeppelin. I would have been like, I'm going to see Zeppelin, fucking rights. And then got there so excited, and they did my absolute least favorite Zeppelin song for 2.5 hours. I would have just been like, fuck Zeppelin, burn in hell, Zeppelin.
I would have been so pissed.
Oh my God. Can you imagine?
I am the odd man out here because when it comes to Zeppelin, my favorite song is the Rain song.
Good song. I mean, I like other songs. I like Misty Mountain Hop. I like.
Well, yeah, that's the
Rock and
thing with
Roll.
Zeppelin. They had so many just
I
bangers.
love the ocean. I love the ocean.
The
Oh
Ocean's
my God,
great.
I love that song.
Sitting
But
by
going
the
to California,
ocean.
going to California is one of those songs that just takes me away from everything.
Yeah, and here's what's funny is if you actually, and I know you've probably done this, so, but if anyone were to actually pick up License to Ill and just listen to the drum lines, it's all Zeppelin. Like it's like freaking the Beastie Boys just sampled the shit out of Zeppelin for License.
All right, so here's the thing. So picking other classic rock bands that are awesome. The Who. I love the Who. I think they're
Who
great
had
band.
some good songs.
Squeezebox is a great fucking song.
Mama's
But
got
for me,
Bucks.
yeah. Fucking Teenage Wasteland is such a good fucking song. It's such a good song. But my favorite song by them is and I just fucking spaced the name. Doom 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 doom. Happy Jack. Happy Jack wasn't tall, but he was a man. I fucking love that song. It's such a strange little song. But it was good.
Like
Floyd.
didn't they
Floyd,
do,
I actually like. I'm not gonna lie when I say this. I like Floyd with Waters. I think they're a fine band. The Wall is still probably one of the greatest albums ever made. Dark Side of the Moon is like a whole other fucking experience when it comes to music. But musically, I prefer post Waters when it was just Gilmore in charge. I just really do. Learning to Fly is such a good fucking song.
Learning to Fly is great.
What's that other one they did? Shit, I can hear it in my head, but I can't think of the name.
Welcome to the
It was
Machine.
big for them. No, Welcome to the Machine was with Waters. With Gilmore. It was in the Gilmore
Sing it.
era. On the turning away.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my fuck, that song makes me want to cry when I listen to it. It's so good. It's so good, you know?
Don't forget
That-
what we taught you.
As I say at the end of every one of my radio shows now, don't forget, music is the glue that holds the world together.
I think that's true. Okay.
I mean,
Um,
you can have people that would hate each other, and if they find out they like the same song, usually a Michael Jackson song, they will immediately start getting along with each other
well, I mean, come on.
because they'll just start fucking nerding out about this music that
Billie
bonds,
Jean.
No? Yeah,
Yeah.
Billie Jean's a little overplayed. Bad was a little
I always thought
overplayed.
Thriller was the more
Uh,
overplayed one.
No, Thriller was insanely overplayed.
Yeah.
PYT, on the other hand, PYT is damn good.
I wanna rock with you.
That's good too. Rock With You is good.
Well,
I like his Paul McCartney stuff he did when him and Paul
Oh,
McCartney
yeah.
teamed.
The
Say,
girl
say,
is
say.
mine. The girl is mine and say. Yes.
Yeah. Those are good songs. You know, like I mean, Christ, you got two geniuses coming together for that, so that's pretty fucking.
You know why?
groovy.
You know why they stopped doing songs and Paul McCartney hated Michael Jackson.
because they
Just over the rights.
song.
Well, when they were doing the video for Say, when they were that Paul McCartney told Michael, "Yeah, you want to get rich and keep your money, buy song rights." So Michael went, "Okay," and bought the Beatles catalog.
See, me, I think I would just laugh about that. I'd just be like, yeah, that's some pretty harsh irony right there.
That blew up
I
in
mean,
my
that's pretty
face.
fucking tight.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty tight, actually.
Well, it's
I
not like
that.
Paul McCartney owned the song rights anyway.
Yeah, no.
No, and that's what, and he was going to buy them, but Michael beat him to it, right? So that's the whole point. But I love that McCartney still tours. He doesn't have to. He doesn't need to. He tours not for the money, but he doesn't need money. He tours because he loves playing live shows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you got to respect an artist like that, you know? Whereas Garbage can go fuck themselves after all that bullshit Shirley pulled in Australia. You know, it's like, go fuck yourself. You're old, you're irrelevant, and you're trying to hold on to past glory, and you don't like the way the young people are today. Get off the fucking stage, Grandma. You know, just get the fuck off the stage.
Yeah,
Every artist should have to learn from Paul McCartney. They should just have to learn. There should be a course. You're going on tour. We're going to watch a Paul McCartney concert tour video so you understand how to fucking behave on stage.
Now, if we're going to talk about the Beatles, we can't forget Ringo.
Listen, my favorite quote ever from the Beatles is the interview in like the early 60s before they went all weird, where they're talking to the band and they say there's the American tour, Beatlemania. And some journalist from America, is Ringo Starr the best drummer in the world? And I think it's John or Paul goes, Ringo's not even the best drummer in the Beatles.
Right. In Hard Day's Night, they keep referring to him as the temp.
Yeah, but if you ask all the drummers nowadays, they're going to be like, nobody could do what Ringo did back in the day.
There are drummers who are
Ringo,
absolutely.
What he did didn't sound fancy, but the way he did the beat, the way he could do that for an hour
was amazing.
It was
so
like
look at your greatest drummers. These are your greatest drummers in the history of rock and roll. Okay, you got Ringo Starr. He's not really rock and roll. What's his name? Richie Sambora? No. The guy who was like fucking insanely fast in the late 50s, early 60s. What was that guy's fucking name? Anyway, that guy, Neil Peart, Stuart Copeland. You know who else you got? Yeah, and yes and no. I mean, he was good, but he wasn't
when it comes to that power, that just the freaking slamming down to that kind of music. I mean, Bonham's definitely.
Yeah, no, I'll give you Bonham.
Yeah, look at
Charlie White's great.
Yeah,
Charlie, it's great. What the fuck was the name of that guy that played so fucking fast? He had like a Latin sounding name. It was in like the 50s and 60s. Oh my god, fuck. Not Richie Sambora. What the fuck was his name?
Yeah, Sambora was a guitarist, I think.
Yeah, it was a guitarist. Yeah.
Ginger Baker is what Red Hawk's saying.
Yeah, he's naming a lot of bluesy sounding guys too, though, right? Let's see if I can find this guy's fucking name.
I do agree with Red Hawk, though. There are some bands like, I don't know, maybe Aerosmith, Mick Jagger and that bunch that they need to go ahead and just stop.
Well, I'd like people to stop saying Tommy Lee's a great drummer. Tommy Lee is a competent drummer. He's not a great drummer.
He was good for what they used him for.
Yeah, you know, but he was more spectacle drummer than he was talented drummer, right? I mean, look, there's tons of really talented drummers. We could name drummers all day fucking long, like guitarists, the same thing, right? Bassists, you know, a little harder to do because most people don't know who the fuck a bassist is to begin with.
I'll tell you what,
as the joke says,
Up for Cake is amazing.
Yeah, but the thing is what's his name?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Dude,
there's one of my favorite musician jokes of all time is, how do you know when your stage is uneven? The bassist drools out both sides his mouth.
That dude, if you listen to the song I Will Survive and just listen to the bass line,
yeah,
he is
it's very
fucking
good.
Killing it every time. Every song.
I mean, Sheila E. is a great drummer.
Yeah.
People don't realize how good a drummer Sheila E. was, but she's really fucking good. But they're not the best. You got to think about who are the best. Who are the ones who are unique? That's the other
unique.
Thing. Like Ringo. They did something no one else was doing. That's the ones you got to look at. Those are the ones who are absolutely fucking insane.
That chick in White Stripes who could barely drum at all.
Meg White.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And people still think she was a good drummer.
It's like she didn't
what
know how to
planet?
drum. He just showed her basic stuff, and she just
Doom, 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 doom. I mean, Phil Collins was a very competent drummer. You know, like,
well, Phil
he's not
Collins has
one
the
of
best
greats.
breakdown in drumming ever.
Do-doom, do-doom, do-doom,
Yeah,
do-doom,
that
do-doom.
fucking.
I can't feel it. Calling.
Everybody knows that fucking piece.
Everyone
man. It was the
in
first
the
thing I ever
world.
learned to play.
Yeah,
I literally, the first time I ever played drums, my buddy was a drummer, and I sat down, and he goes, "All right, I'm going to show you this one." He showed me that one, and I'm like, "Okay, how do you do it?" I'm like, "Oh my fuck, this is easy." That's the easiest, most iconic drum beat ever.
Hey, sometimes simplicity is the way you win.
Hey, we can't forget Taylor Hawkins and frickin' Dave Grohl.
Well, it's about.
I was about to say Dave Grohl is actually a really good fucking drummer.
It's about time for my lunch. I'll see you.
Catch you
Yeah,
later. Bill.
Okay, well, you go make sure you take your meds.
Taylor Hawkins was the drummer for Foo Fighters, and he was
Is
good.
that the one that passed?
Yeah.
Yeah, poor guy.
Terry Bozzio is pretty good too from Zappa's band.
I love Zappa
Well,
because
yeah, it's Les Claypool. That's easy because his whole
Buddy
band is
Rich.
just about how good he plays bass. That's
Buddy
the whole
Rich.
point. That's the whole point of Primus. Watch Les Claypool play bass. You know?
Yeah, that guy's fucking insane. The stuff he does on a bass. Gene Krupa, that's the fucking
Gene
name I was trying to
Krupa.
remember. Gene Krupa, this motherfucker could play so fucking fast when he got going. It was like, look, I'll find a picture. There's a picture. There's a famous picture of him where they just did. I just found it really quickly here. Hang on, I want to show you this. This is fucking amazing. Look at this fucking picture. This is to give you an idea of how fast Gene Krupa was as a drummer. That's a time lapse they did on him. You know what I mean? Like, holy fuck.
I think Keith Moon would have been a better drummer if he would have lived.
Maybe.
Geddy Lee, yeah, but come on.
But come on, Neil Peart, and you got Geddy Lee and Neil Peart in the same band. Yeah, let's listen to Geddy.
What's funny?
He's talking about bass. He's talking about bass. Geddy Lee's a very good bass.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now, here's
well, they
what's
all
funny.
are. They all went to like freaking that really fancy art school together, and it's
Name
like
the guitars for
individually.
name the
Everyone
guitars
in
for
Rush
Rush.
individually is a virtuoso.
Leaf?
Yeah, 90% of people who like Rush know Neil Peart. They know Geddy Lee, but they don't know Leaf.
Come on, everyone knows Leaf.
No.
He's the best of them. Fuck. You ever see when they give like award speeches? He's the funniest fucking human being that ever lived.
But they don't, because Neil Peart and Geddy Lee are so much in the spotlight. People sleep on Rush's guitar licks.
Yeah, but you know who didn't? I think was
Alex
Hunger
Lifeson.
Force, because I believe that Shake hired that guy to help him make the new birthday song.
Yeah, and he's like, "When's Geddy Lee showing up? When's Geddy and Neil getting here?"
Yeah, that was pretty funny. And then the guy's like, "Look,
Alex Lifeson's a very talented.
I recorded the guitar thing for you. I need you to pay me." It's like that was the whole point of the thing. This guy was trying to get Master Shake to pay him. Like, that's pretty funny. Those guys, every episode wasn't the greatest, but man, they had some good ones. I love the Moonanites.
Juice.
I never got into that show.
Oh, the Moonanites. They're just like these 2D guys that were always flipping everything on. They're like assholes.
Bubbles is a very big Alex Lifeson fan. Yes, that is true. I mean, I like Rush. I'm not a Rush head, but I like Rush.
When I was younger, I didn't
Rush
like
was
them at
one
all.
of those bands. When I was in high school, they had just kind of hit, and
I didn't like them when I was younger, but the older I got, the more I appreciate how good they are.
Well, look, Tom Sawyer, Subdivisions, and Spirit of Radio. Those three fucking songs I loved when I was
Where you going?
like 13. You know,
Oh, okay.
Great songs.
You need groceries.
Invisible airwaves crackle with light. I mean, come on, man. That shit's really good.
Which you can tell me to stuff it.
I will, maybe. What?
This is looking so much better. What I recommend is do your 5x5 in here every day and go keep it. Make sense?
That's what I said. Yes.
Yeah, phone call.
But I'm gonna go grab us some food.
Go grab us some food. I like food.
Grab me some too, please. I'd like a pub sub.
Right?
These assholes have told me about pub subs.
Somebody needs to hurry up and invent like teleportation or something
Seriously.
So that what?
so that if I wanted to go to Canada and visit Bear, I could just go, hang out for an hour
Yeah.
and come back instantaneously. That would be good.
This doesn't feel like a break for me.
I could take Bear Pub Sub. He's heard of them, but never had one.
Well, then random people might just show up and expect me to feed them because that's what already happens.
Well, no, I think there'd have
If
to be
Paul's
a
heard I
rule
was
about it.
making meatloaf, his ass would teleport here.
Getty is only doing bass for the most part on the tour. Yeah.
I know.
I agree with Hungar. It was like Rush came out in a time that I was getting into like hardcore, into like Sabbath and Pink Floyd. So they really weren't my thing. The prog rock guys I hung out with loved them. You know,
prog rock's a very interesting thing. Like I love Yes. I fucking adore Yes.
God. And the Fix and freaking
the Fix isn't prog rock.
I don't know what in the hell they are.
The Fix is like they're like new wave, but in their own way. Like they were part of the new wave, but they did their own thing, man. One thing leads to another. Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
are
come on,
they also
Saved by
the ones
Zero?
that did like Red Skies at Night?
Yes.
Man,
Red Skies at Night. Oh. And I fucking love they did a song later in their career called How Much Is Enough, and I was right into it. I you know what? I'm interested to see how this tour works out, Red Hulk, simply because I want to see how this girl does as the new drummer. I want to see if she's going to be as good as they think she is.
well, she's got some awful big shoes to fill. I don't know if I would want to step in there and you know what I mean? It'd be like, even if I was a really great drummer, if like, you know, Geddy Lee came up to me and was like, hey, we need you to go on tour and you're going to do all of Neil Peart's stuff, I'd be like, no, I'm not.
So to mention, Red Hulk mentions Genesis. Here's the thing for me. I love Peter Gabriel's solo stuff.
Yes.
I love Phil Collins solo stuff. I love Genesis when Phil Collins is in charge. I can't get into prog rock Genesis at all. It's just too fucking weird. You know, it's just too fucking weird for me. I just listen to it. I'm like, what am I supposed to feel right now other than slightly confused?
I think that's the thing that they wanted you to feel, confusion.
Well, which
like
version
you listen
of
to
Rush,
Peter Gabriel's solo stuff. Sorry?
which version of Rush, or not Rush, of Genesis was Mama?
Phil Collins.
Because that song is weird, man. Ha ha, yeah. It's like,
Oh. Ha 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 ha. Oh. It's just like, what the fuck are you going on about?
doing?
But I mean, you listen to like Games Without Frontiers,
Yeah.
or Biko, or Shock the Monkey.
In Your Eyes, greatest love song.
Oh my God, In Your Eyes. Oh my fuck. In that scene in Say Anything, when he's got the fucking boombox over his head, Jesus Christ, you know, like that's Gen X in a fucking
that's
frame.
epic. I mean,
know?
everybody knows that.
Oh yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's
Don't Give Up. Oh my God, Don't Give Up is so beautiful. Him and Kate Bush together. And I love Kate Bush. I will not listen to anyone talk badly about Kate Bush.
So
well, I'm not going to talk bad about Kate Bush. So, you know.
Thank you.
You
You guys like Kate Bush? Are either of you Kate Bush fans?
No.
not big fans, but don't hate her.
I
Cloud busting,
accidentally
man.
became a Kate Bush fan because of a whole other person,
Which was?
Meg Myers.
Meg Myers.
Meg
Who the
Myers
fuck's Meg
redid
Myers?
Running Up That Hill or whatever.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
So then
You ever
I
hear
was like,
Placebos?
okay, was originally done by Kate Bush, like in the 80s or some shit. So I went back and
Yeah.
listened to the Kate Bush version. I was like, damn, that's really good. Yeah.
Listen to the Placebo version. Placebo's cover of Running Up That Hill blows my mind.
But-
It's so good.
Meg Myers' favorite. Meg Myers, the
You like-
favorite song she does for me though is Desire.
Oh, the Rattle and Hum U2 song?
No, Meg Myers'
Oh,
Desire.
okay.
That one is weird because she's singing it from the position of like a super psychotic girlfriend.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, she's like, I'm gonna lick you, I'm gonna peel away your skin and all this shit. And the whole time it's got this sexy kind of alternative rock thing going on. And at one point she goes through all the things she's gonna do, and then she finally just says, I'm gonna fuck you. Right. And I'm gonna crawl inside your brain, your head, and all this kind of. And it's like, this bitch is crazy, you know. Which of course I find very attractive.
Of course,
You
yes,
know, I
naturally.
mean, she-
You have a penis. Of course,
she's
you find
walking
crazy
around the
attractive.
apartment in her underwear, talking all this how she's going to do this guy, and it's like, holy shit, you know. I mean, okay,
My penis is erect and scared at the same time.
exactly. It's like, I don't know. I feel like I should be afraid.
So you've never listened to the song "Babushka" by Kate Bush?
No, I never. Kate Bush was like totally a thing that I missed.
James looks at Meg
Listen,
Myers and he's like, I can fix her.
Yeah, I don't
exactly.
think
Do you have
anybody can fix
do you have a CD player?
I do have a CD player.
Go on Amazon and buy the CD Kate Bush The Whole Story. It's like her greatest hits album. I promise you there'll be at least 4 tracks on there you'll love.
You know who I love?
Yeah, no one talks shit about Laura Branigan. Laura Branigan was a fucking amazing, and her death was tragic.
You know who I love? Natalie Merchant. The song
I can see
Carnival. The song Carnival freaking slaps.
Are we just talking about like chicks we liked? Because the one that does the song about the night. Oh my god.
Because
Yeah,
the
the
night
Maniacs.
belongs to lovers.
No,
Is that the one you're talking
no.
about? Who are you talking about then?
I'm talking about the chick that's looking out her window in New York and she's wearing like lingerie and she's like, in the night,
Okay, I
nothing
don't.
matters.
That's Laura Branigan.
Oh my god, so good.
yeah. Laura Branigan's fucking was.
I
was
didn't know she
hot.
died.
Yeah, she died sadly.
And that song is so
Too
weird,
young.
you know. It's like, you take myself, you take myself.
That's called.
control.
That song's called Self Control.
Yeah,
you
you
guys
got me living for the night.
I want to say
She
this.
died in. She died in 2004.
I wanna
That
say
is
this.
terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. She was not only beautiful, but that song was beautiful. But
And
see,
she
I
died of a
like weird
cerebral
music,
aneurysm.
though. That's the thing with me. I like music that's a little weird.
Kim Wilde.
Kim Wilde's amazing. Shut the fuck up. I love Kim Wilde.
Kids in America.
I love Kim
that
Wilde.
song.
We're the kids
Hey, no.
in
Now go
America.
deeper. Go deeper.
That's what
Go
she
listen to the
said.
stuff that never hit in North America. Yeah, thank you. Go listen to the stuff that never hit it in North America, and listen to the stuff that hit in England, like Cambodia. Go for it. Those songs are so fucking good, man. She was so good. Then her, and the chick from Nena, Nananan Shishlof Balloons, you know,
Yeah.
that fucking German band. They teamed up and did a song called Any Place, Anywhere, Anytime that's half English, half German in the 90s. It's fucking amazing.
Everyone's a
It's such a good song.
superhero. Everyone's a Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
That's the problem with the English translation. The English translation's absolute shit.
Yeah.
If you
She says that
actually
in the
read the
German
translation,
translation.
it's different though. It doesn't mean the same. It doesn't sound the same. It's a different use of the language.
Yeah.
The English version's almost like a fucking direct translation as opposed to a localized one.
I listened to the German version. Anyway, I don't want to start any beef, guys, but I just want to let you know if any of y'all come to my funeral, I probably won't make it to yours.
You're related to him.
Come on,
And
that's
proud
great.
of it. Yeah, there were some. I mean, come on. But not only Laura Branigan, but there was that whole era in the like late 80s, I guess, or whatever. You had like Bananarama and freaking
That's early 80s. That's early
earlier
mid-80s.
than.
That's-
I mean, you had,
Bangles.
like,
oh yeah.
like Venus and all that kind of shit. It was some good stuff, man.
The Bengals.
Walk like an Egyptian. Walk like an Egyptian. Susanna Hoffs does her little eye thing.
Yeah.
And about an entire generation of men went, "Oh, I'm straight."
Susanna Hoff and the video Manic Monday standing there in her little
Oh.
skirt and her panties, dancing with her hips. And I'm like,
But you know what? She was hot. She was hot. She was hot. But the sisters, the drummer and the guitarist, if you watch the Walk Like an Egyptian video, one of the sisters is on tambourine, and then they have her doing the whistling part because she didn't do anything in the song because they gave everybody a part to sing, but the producer didn't like her voice, so he wouldn't let her sing. Holy fuck, is she hot? Like, holy fuck. It's just like, yep. Yeah, everybody be going for Susanna Hoff. So I'd be like, how do I get this sister action going?
yeah. But Manic Monday was such a good video.
Remember Sheena Easton? What the fuck happened to her, man?
Isn't she married
What,
to
Tina Easton with Prince for a while?
Well, so she comes out with her own stuff, 9 to 5, my morning train, my money takes the morning train. Then she does the Bond theme for Your Eyes Only, and it's like, wow, she's amazing. And then she does the fucking Prince song with
Yeah.
her and Prince. And then the next song after that is Sugar Walls, and we never hear from her again.
Maybe she made enough money and decided to just have babies. It happened.
Maybe.
It happens, you know?
Maybe. But I mean, when she's singing "Come Spend the Night Inside My Sugar Walls," it was like, I remember the outroar.
Sugar
of that
Walls is
fucking
like,
song.
I think I know what you're saying there, lady. Hey, what's
Yeah, no,
up,
the eye thing is
Mikado?
something. Ducato, yeah, she's always talked about how the eye thing is something she would do in concerts to find someone in the audience to focus on so she could calm her nerves. So she did it in the video and had no idea they were doing a close up on her at the time. And it just worked into this, like, yeah, everyone wants to fuck her. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I loved their. I mean, I liked the original version of Venus, but I think their version was way cool.
Bananarama's version was amazing. Do you ever listen to the offshoot band from them, Shakespeare's Sister?
Yes, stay with me.
Stay. Oh my God, that song is so good. Oh my fuck, is that song good?
Yeah, that is such a good song.
You know who Susanna Hoff's uncle was, right?
Mm-mm.
Leonard Nimoy.
Really?
That's why he's in their version of Going Down to Liverpool. He's the chauffeur in the car. It's her uncle.
Wow. Yeah, I missed a lot of these bands you're talking about because, like I said, in that era, I was just Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, you know.
Yeah, I'll listen to
And
everything.
then
I don't care,
Metallica
as long
came
as it's
out,
good.
and I was like, freaking Kill 'Em All, you know, I thought was the thing ever. And
I have a deep, passionate hatred for Metallica. Not because of their music, because of the way they behave.
yeah, well, they're, you know, yeah,
Hey, Lars, eat a bag of dicks, Lars.
Yeah.
You know, like that's how I feel.
yeah. I get that. I totally do. And I'm not going to defend them. But, I mean, you know, Kill 'Em All was a great album, though. Ride the Lightning was a great album. You know, I draw the line.
I'll take you.
I draw the line at And Justice for All. I mean, everything after that is like, you're too old, you're too rich, you're too happy. Stop making music. Go lay down, have kids, whatever. You made it. Grats. Because, you know, they just no longer had that. I've said it a billion times. They lose when these kind of bands lose their rage and anger, they just can't make music anymore. They need to just stop.
So this is on my my Patreon today. I did a thank you message to my patrons for the year, and I had to add the Z's because it looked like Beans and Misty had killed me and were just like, you know, harvesting
Yeah,
my-
because otherwise, like,
So I had to add the Z's. I was like, yeah.
yeah, I'm
gonna
glad
make
you
that
added
look
the Z's because the first
better. Yeah.
before I saw the Z's, I was like, what the fuck?
Did they kill him? And Beans is giving the camera a look like, what?
They're getting ready to get his fingers and face off. It's not going.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to bounce out. It's lunchtime.
She was trying to see what the rest of the band was doing. I know that scene though; it's stuck in my brain.
I don't know, dude. I saw her interviewed. And she said it was she was looking to people in the crowd to make eye contact to calm herself down. So I don't know. Maybe she's told. I've heard musicians tell different versions of the same thing many times over the course of their
Yeah,
career.
it
They're
just
hung out
depends
all the
who
time.
they're sitting in front of.
Later, brother. Love you.
And then, of course, when 9 Inch Nails came out, I was like a huge fan of that. Of
I
course.
said later, brother. Love you.
I said later, brother. I love you.
As they say in France. Allah Akbar!
Assalamu alaikum.
Hyperborea.
It's like a comedian said the other day. Is like, I grew up in South England. Now I live in Pakistan, and I ain't never moved.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with England. We'll have to keep an eye on them.
Peace,
Yeah,
love, and
those
chicken grease, everybody. If I don't see you before Christmas, Merry Christmas.
You as well.
Those guys are getting a little wild over there. It's like, hey, Britain, calm down.
Getting a little antsy in the
Getting a
pantsy.
little antsy in the pantsy. Had a little bit too much beans on toast.
Hopped up on that syrup.
Hopped up, man. But yeah, there was a lot of great music back then. There really was.
I'm telling you.
And
I will till my dying day stand on the 80s as one of the best decades musically ever. until rap took over, and then it fucking started nosediving.
See, the thing with the 80s, I always say this when people are talking about it, is like the 80s, you could literally be in a band and do anything. You could wear anything. You could just, there was like, in the 80s, there were no rules, man. If you wanted to come out in spandex and freaking be weird or sing about somebody masturbating in a hotel lobby or whatever, I mean, it was all like fair game.
Knew a girl named Nikki, I guess you could say she was a sex fiend.
Right. When
Are you good, buddy?
started to ride, dun, dun, dun.
Well, I mean, fucking little red Corvette, Raspberry Beret. Most of his songs were about fucking.
They were. Little Red Corvette, though, he's telling the chick she needs to slow the fuck down. She's too fast. Baby, you're much too fast.
Try and take my little red love machine.
Right?
Come on,
but,
man.
but yeah, so I put her on
For a Jehovah's
Bible
Witness,
and tuck her out.
he was a strange ass Jehovah's Witness. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he took her out to that place where he lets his horses run free.
Drove me to the place where she let her horses run free.
Right. He's like,
All the jockeys that were there before me.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
and she asked me, baby, do you got enough gas? And I said,
Baby,
"No."
I ain't got enough gas. I said a little red Corvette. Woo-hoo.
Baby, you
What?
must
You don't like me?
fast.
This cat hates when I sing and he loves when I sing. When I sing, he comes running over and then he tries to stop me. You hate my voice that much, huh? I'm sorry.
Little red Corvette.
It's like the image for HMV, his master's voice, the RCA thing of the dog listening to the phonograph. If it was a
Mhm.
cat, the phonograph would be knocked over. Like, you know what I
Right.
mean?
You need a love that's gonna last. Little red.
I like,
Corvette.
it's surprisingly my favorite fucking Prince song is Delirious.
It's a good song.
Like, it's so different than everything else he does. That's why I like it.
Well, I mean, I always tell people Prince had a #1 album, a #1 hit, and a #1 movie like in the same month.
Purple Rain, man. That
And it
fucking
was
thing
all Purple Rain.
massive. That thing was massive. But it's no chocolate rain, sir. It's no chocolate
Well,
rain.
it's no Chocolate Rain. Yeah. Who that guy ended up getting to do a commercial for like cherry Dr. Pepper or something.
Did he?
Yeah.
Good
They
on
had
him.
him do a commercial for cherry Dr. Pepper. And apparently, even though he looks like he's 12, he's college professor.
Good
And that's
for him.
his real voice.
I hope he got paid.
Well, I mean, college professors make pretty good money anyway.
No,
think.
I mean off of all of that fun stuff, you know?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I know he got paid for the commercial, but yeah. It was later in life he became a Jehovah's Witness. Well, either way, he was definitely the 80s. You know what I mean? It was like-
So hang on. He did the Lord's Prayer on his 1981 album. He became a Jehovah's Witness in 2001. Yeah.
well, I mean, he might have been religious. He was just also, a pervert.
He was very religious. He was a very religious kid.
Yeah,
his
he
dad
was
was-
also like the ladies,
Yeah.
And it was like, I love that Dave Chappelle skit when everybody's like, "Hey man, do you see that new chick in Prince's band? She's
No,
hot
he
as a
said that.
motherfucker." And they're like,
No, you see that new band
was
was
the dude.
Shalimar. Was it Shalimar? Was you see the chick in Shalimar?
"Yeah, it's Charlie Murphy." And Charlie Murphy's like, "What they didn't know is that was a dude, man." yeah.
Oh, Sheila.
Yeah. Freaking, they're playing Bebop, and freaking the one dude in Prince's band slaps that dude on the ass. Good hustle. And the guy's like, "I'm not on your team." You know? But
That show was so fucking good, man.
yeah, I went through a phase when I was young, though, guys, where all the music I listened to was pretty freaking dark. It was The Wall, it was fucking The Cure, Sisters of Mercy, of course, Joy Division. And then after Ian Curtis died, I immediately had to start listening to fucking the band they put together after he died. What was it?
New Order.
New Order. And,
I'd like to do. I'd like to take a moment, James, if you don't mind, to do the bass line from every Joy Division song for you. Boom 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 boom. Now in your head you can go ding 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 and put all the other music in there, but that bass line's literally just boom 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 boom. Like what a like fuck was that guy drooling out of his face? Dear God. Good song though. Depressing as fuck. Love,
well, yeah,
love will tear
Tear
us
Us Apart
apart.
is basically two people laying in bed realizing they don't love each other anymore. It's like,
As desperation takes hold.
yeah.
Jesus, he was. You say he killed himself. You say no, and yet somehow
Yeah,
Morrissey's still
the
alive.
The reason he self-deleted is apparently he had seizures terribly bad, like grand mal seizures and
Yeah,
stuff.
but here's the
And
thing.
the medication didn't work, and eventually he just got sick and tired of it.
No, and I get that, and I understand that. But explain to me how Morrissey didn't self-delete.
Oh, Morrissey's, I don't think he's ever going to die.
Motherfucker is the most depressed human being.
I think behind the scenes he's not.
You know, you think he's like a super happy fucking joy guy?
Like he's walking down the street in London, you know, picking up a sandwich, eating his beans on toast, having a great time, just
Skipping along, just
skipping along.
he's listening to I got a brand new roller skates and you got a brand new key. He's just fucking happy as he goes.
He
We're in
could
the
be
studios
like,
now. Oh, Morrissey. Oh.
Well, look at Bowie. Bowie admits that he is not emotionally invested in anything he does.
No,
musically.
Well,
That's
you
why
always
they
said
called
he-
him the plastic soul or whatever. Because that dude is like, he shows up for the paycheck. you know, and it's like,
He said that he would always do one album that was just for him and no one would like it, and it was his last album. When he found out he was going to die, he's like, well, I'm doing my album. And if you listen to that album, there's no connection. You will find nothing to connect to on that album. It is just fucking weird. But it was exactly the album he always wanted to make. You know what I mean?
is it the album that had I'm Afraid of Americans?
No, that's older. What was Bowie's last album? Fuck, what was it called?
Because I remember he did that whole like thing with him and Trent Reznor got together and just started putting shit out. And it was like the one that got big in America though was I'm Afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of Johnny's in something. Johnny's gonna get him a gun, you know, and all this shit. And David Bowie's walking down the street and all this weird shit's going on, and he's just like, and then Trent Reznor's following behind, and that was back when Trent was still thin, and you know, Black Star is
Black Star, yeah. That's the last album that he actually did, and he did it in secret. And does that have I'm Afraid of Americans on it? Where's the track?
He did a couple of songs with Trent Reznor. He did
Black Star, 'Tis a Pity She Was a Whore, Lazarus, Sue, or In a Season of Crime, Girl Loves Me, Dollar Days, I Can't Give Everything Away. I actually have some fucking respect for Taylor Swift, believe it or not.
Really?
Did you hear what she just did at the end of her tour?
No.
She gave cash bonuses to everyone who worked on the fucking show, on the tour, everyone, and some of them were like tens of thousands of dollars. Like she gave like big fucking bonuses to everybody. I gotta respect that. You know what I mean?
You know,
like
I don't like her music, but if she's taking care of her people, then that's just good.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't care. I've never listened to a fucking Taylor Swift song in my life, but gotta give her that.
Now that one bitch from Canada, there are times I can't get her song out of my mind.
Sorry, she gave out a total of $197 million in bonuses to her people.
Nice.
That's crazy. Some people got six-figure sums.
Hey, you did a good job this year. 150,000.
So the production staff, with some receiving life-changing six-figure sums and handwritten notes solidifying her reputation for generosity. I got to give her respect on that.
Yeah,
I got to give her respect.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So I was going to take out the boxes because when you have Amazon, you collect boxes, but apparently it's now a basement suite for Misty. So I'm not allowed to
Yeah,
take out
she's
the
all like,
boxes.
"Look, I'm very
He's
happy in these
he's like, listen,
boxes."
motherfucker. I put up some Def Leppard posters. I'm fucking here.
Right? She's got those ones that were done by
He-
that one weird artist.
He's a boy.
Well, okay, whatever.
You keep
The
fucking
trans
misgendering my cat. He's the non-binary gender fluid trans cat. Fair enough. Today he's a
The
she.
album Earthling. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just giving somebody who worked on your tour, six figures, that's very generous. I mean, that's life-changing money for sure. That's,
Absolutely.
that's buy a house money right there,
Mhm. Well, not in
depending
Canada.
on where, but
that's not in Canada. That's buy a
not
closet.
in Canada, but you guys have to eventually get your shit straight or collapse.
Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna fuck. We're either gonna collapse or we're gonna get our shit straight. I'm kind of praying for get our shit straight, but I fear it's gonna be collapse.
I hope you get your shit straight because I like you being our hat. And if you guys collapse, I don't know what in the hell's going to happen up there.
Well, your head's gonna get cold.
Well, and that would suck. You guys make
That's
a great
okay.
toque. A very good, attractive toque. I have
We
to
are a
say.
nice toque. We are a very good toque. You are correct, sir.
Exactly. So, yeah, I didn't know about Taylor Swift doing all that, but that's very cool. But as far as female artists that are like brain worms, and I blame Canada for this. And if we ever invade Canada,
Who?
this will
Just
be
tell me
the-
who it is. Who?
Oh, I just met you, and this is crazy.
Is she
But here's
Canadian?
my number. So
Call,
call me baby.
call me maybe.
Call me maybe or some shit.
Yeah,
Oh my
That's
god.
Carly Rae Jepsen. Where the fuck is she from? She is Canadian. She's from Mission, Alberta, British Columbia. She's a fucking British Columbiana.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
And
Ah,
when
yeah,
that
I know.
song came out, you couldn't even watch YouTube without seeing like a whole baseball team doing the song, or like it was like
watched the-
everyone was.
You ever watched the
that
video?
become Such a song. I mean, it's
You ever watch the video?
oh, where she's like super attracted to the hot dude next door, and it turns out he's gay.
Yeah, she's not just super attractive. The bitch is snail trailing through that video. You know what I'm saying? Like she is like sploosh, and then he's gay. It's like there you
And
go.
he's out there and he's all like freaking ripped and got the tats, and he's looking like super freaking like a cool dude and working on his car. And the next thing you know, he's making out with some other twink guy or some shit. And it's just like, well, okay then.
You know what? I don't even want to fucking guess just to pass her by. I don't even want to guess, but I'm just gonna say again, I have some respect for Taylor Swift because she took care of her people.
I'm sure there are bands out there that sled their people. Some change
Sure, back.
here and
I
there.
need
know there
coffee. Back, I gotta get some coffee.
Okay. But I mean, Taylor Swift, who I generally despise, the fact that she's giving away all this money and shit, it kind of makes me despise her a lot less, you know? It's kind of like, well, I don't like her, but that's a really cool thing she did, you know? So I can dig that, you know. If they, you know, whatever. I mean, yeah. I love it when people who work hard get, you know, surprise, you've got a shit ton of money now for Christmas. I mean, that's just wholesome. That's just wholesome as hell, you know? And I like that. So if Swifty's going to be like that, well, she can afford to be. She's like a multimillionaire or billionaire. I mean, I think they said she's got a net worth of like 1 point something billion. So if anybody can afford to give money away, it's definitely Taylor Swift. But that doesn't mean she has to. She didn't have to. She chose to. And yeah, that's good on her. and I'm happy for all the people that got hooked up, man. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So, Just Passerby, how you doing? What you up to today? Doing any game stuff or any hobby stuff, or got anything good planned for the see, for me, since my family, half of my family celebrates Christmas in December, and then the other half in January. You know, it's like my wife was, before you joined us, my wife was in the background being like, "Yay, 2 Christmases." And I'm like, you know, I don't know who produced that damn song, but it is a brain worm. It will get in your head. And then you'll just be like, "Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. All the other boys try and chase me. And here's my." I mean, it's one of those songs that I don't even like, and yet you hear it and you're just like, "Oh, God." The other song that I used to have a hard time with being in my head, like a lot, was Inagata Davida. Like I'd just be sitting around randomly, and all of a sudden I'd hear dun 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 dun. I'd just be like, "Oh God!" Put something on the radio to try and get that out of my head. You know, I don't know if my parents were listening to that shit a lot when I was a kid. Like I'm in the crib and they're like hanging out, just jamming Inagata Davida by Iron Butterfly, and it like stuck in my head. Oh, next year. Well, the good thing is next year isn't far away. So, yeah, we're, as you know, we're doing Hyperborea and board games every other week. We didn't do anything last night, or was it the night before? Because 6 games. Geez, man. See, that's I couldn't do that many games. That's just too much for me. But I'm glad for you, though. I'm too much of an introvert to have to deal with 6 groups of people. But yeah, my nephew is on leave from the Navy, and he's got his wife, which they've only been married for a couple months, and they decide to go on a cruise. And it's not like one of those day cruises or 2 days or something. It's like they're going to be gone for like a week or so. So their cat's here. But I love their cat. I've babysat it before, and it likes me, so that's okay. It's a great little cat. It looks like a really fuzzy Siamese cat. I know there's a breed, but that's what it looks like. A Sill Point Siamese, but it's like super fuzzy. But it's got the blue eyes and everything. She woke me up at 3 a.m, so I'd pet her for like 5 minutes. Like I'm laying in bed and I feel a paw on my face, you know, like tapping me. And I wake up and I'm like, all right. And I give her some pets, and she's just purring loud as a freaking chainsaw. And then after like literally 5 minutes of me just petting her, she goes on her way, because that is what she does. That is her deal, you know. At some point in the middle of the night, she's coming by to make sure everything's all right, you know. And she hates closed doors. If you close doors around her, she will beat on the door and just raise hell until you open the door. And that doesn't mean she wants to come in, because after you open the door, a lot of times she'll just have a look in to see what's going on, and then off she goes. Well, yeah, the intelligent nephew. The other one's smart too. He's just smart in a different way. And actually, it depends. You could argue who's smarter or who's not. Because my one nephew, my good nephew, the one that's in Italy right now, he is a super hardworking entrepreneur. So he started his own construction company. He works his ass off nonstop, framing houses and all that sort of thing. And so he's his own boss. But he doesn't have any kind of advanced education or anything like that. He's definitely the blue collar working man guy, which I respect. And then the other one's got like an engineering degree from Auburn. He graduated from Nuke Tech School in the Navy. He graduated from officers school in the Navy. And so now he's an O2. I think he's an O2. And he's assigned to a boat, and he's, part of the team that takes care of the reactor and blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, that guy is also super smart. So I think it's a case where they're both really smart, just in different ways, Because the other one, the one that does his own like business, he's like barely 22. I think he's trying to be like my uncle. I have an uncle named Patrick, and he quit school when he was 16 and started toting block. Then he became a block layer. And then after he got really good at laying block, he started his own company, hired people to lay block for him. And fast forward like 30 years, he's a multimillionaire. Lives way out in the super rich part of Florida. And, his house, like you could put my house in his garage pretty much almost. And my house is close to 2,000 square feet. I mean, no hate. I talk to him all the time. He's a great guy, but that's what he did. He just said, F it. I'm not going to school. I'm just going to work my way up through a trade. And, so now he actually has crews that work for him, and he'll get a contract with like KB Homes or something to go in and do all the block work on like 50 houses. And, they do their bidding and all. And then if he gets it, they go in and they just slap down all the block work. And he makes, I don't know how much he makes, but it's a lot. It's got to be a whole lot. And so, yeah. And then his wife is like the head nutritionist at one of our major hospitals up in Orlando. So, she's doing pretty good too, let's say. Running one, lots of spillover, 2 games with Bear, yeah. 1 with Shadow, and he's in 2 other games with you. 1 with Bloodworth, then my students. So I have played with most before. Oh, okay, cool. Coco, are you playing in Bloodworth's Hyperborea game or his Castles and Crusades game? Okay. She needs some neatening up back here. I haven't put together any of these guys in a little while because I started running a game again. So I've started actually painting minis for the game. What's up, Bear? Mishka. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Let me move the hat. Come here. How you doing, huh? You okay? Say, are you being a sad boy because Mama went to store? Do you want to say hi to all the people? Do you want to say hi to people? Say no. See, look right here. Bear, look right here. See? Oh, there you are. See you? You see you on there? Huh? Oh, you still smell like the perfume the groomer put on you, don't you, baby? I know. This is my baby. Oh, you got your baby behind you too.
Mm-hmm. There he is, being fucking him.
There's a cat on the screen, Bear. Oh, see the cat? See that kitty cat? Oh my goodness. All right, Mishka. Go on. My Mishka.
So yeah, I was listening to what you were saying. Yeah, smart people do smart things.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the one nephew, while he's not as educated, he is just super motivated. You know, I mean, he's the guy that gets up at 4 a.m. and he's out there working all day, like an Amish guy, you know what I mean? And if he keeps up with it, I mean, he's going to do well, because that's kind of a thing. If you're willing to do way more work than most people are willing to do and do the thing, then you generally going to do pretty well. And the other guy, of course, he's probably not going to stay in the Navy. He's probably going to be in the Navy for like 6 years, at which case he will then be able to get out of the Navy and get a job at a nuclear power plant.
Sure.
And that's when the big money comes in. To quote, what's his name from Coming to America?
Let your soul glow.
Yeah. Looking oh so shiny smooth. You're so
I like when they all get up from the couch and there's like wet spots behind each of their heads.
yeah.
Afro sheen. It's a good movie. I like that movie a lot.
Towards the end, when the dude finds out that the chick ran off with what's his name, but the little sister's like, oh, did she blah blah blah, and he's just got this look on his face like, okay. I mean, you know,
Still a good movie. I like that movie a lot.
that was a good movie, and the first appearance of Sam L. Jackson. We used to have teachers down here that would run BattleTech game conventions and stuff. Man, they were so cool, but they passed away now. But yeah, during the summertime, the school would let them open up the auditorium where the basketball courts were and everything. And you would pay like $10 for 2 days and go in, and there'd be like gaming tables for D&D, and then there'd be like usually a BattleTech tournament, and there'd be all kinds of other games. And part of your, when you paid to get in, part of that was that you would get 2 pieces of pizza and a Coke every day at lunch. So, you know, so they'd order like some kind of pizza, and you get your pizza and stuff.
What's that? What's that? Some kind of pizza?
Yeah, some kind of pizza from somewhere. And then
Trading Places is such a good fucking movie. I love that fucking movie.
That is a good movie.
It's so racist.
Well, I mean, yeah. And then a lot of times I got in for free because I ran games, and I was also on the panel that judged miniature painting.
Nice.
So I didn't have to pay to get in, and I got my lunches for free. But I mean, but I worked for it. I mean, I ran games. So, you know, as a matter of fact, one of the first games I ran was Space Marine. the original Epic game. And
Okay.
after that, I ran all kinds of stuff. And then I ran a convention module where like you would run a group for like 2 hours through a dungeon. And at the end of the game, you would judge, like the group would get X amount of points for how far they got, if any of them died or not, whether they found certain things. And then at the end of the whole thing, yeah, look at he's sitting back there like, nah. He's like, I don't know about you, buddy. But
they want
and then at
treats,
the
but
end of
they've
that
had enough.
tournament, you would have the
Misty.
best D&D group. You know, that was whoever got the most points. And I'll tell you, I've seen some groups just freaking crash and burn right out the gate, man. Just roll in, and like by the time they're in room 2, half of them are dead. But I forget which tournament module we were running. It wasn't Tomb of Horrors. It might have been White Plum Mountain or something. But this
White
was
Plum?
AT&T, and it was one of those.
White Plum Mountain as opposed to White
Plume.
Plume Mountain. I like White Plum Mountain. It's like a fucking like cooler drink, and it's all about a bunch of fucking basic bitches. And we just gotta get the coolers. We gotta get the White Plum coolers. But there's all these people trying to stop us, and then the Mean Girls show up. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. We're just trying to get to the mountain.
Oh my god. This
White Claws.
exactly. Some White Plum White Claws. Oh my god. White Plum Mountain. Let's go, bitches. Get your Uggs. Come on.
Well, whichever one it was one
Yeah.
of the tournament adventures Gygax had written, where everyone got pre-generated characters from the back of the adventure, and it was like, go. And if you survived long
Oh,
enough,
I forgot to mention. We went till the wee hours of the morning last night on a panel, and Max Boivin wanted to say that he misses you, he loves you, and he's going to try and come by one day, but your shows are always at inconvenient times for him.
they are, because that dude's working his ass off all day. And when he's not working his ass off for the government, you know, his wife has got him out there in the yard doing yard work and shit nonstop.
Silver Streak. What the fuck is this? I never heard of this movie, Silver Streak. What is it? Just a passerby.
It sounds familiar, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know it. I gotta look it up because I've never heard of a movie called Silver Streak. But I mean, I'm not saying there isn't one. I just want to know.
Now,
Streak
a movie that cracked me up for sure was the one with Gene Wilder and Pryor. And like one of them was blind and the other one was deaf or some shit.
Yeah. Hear no evil, see no evil. Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, Silver Streak is a 1976 American thriller comedy, so I don't think that's an 80s movie, dude.
Close enough.
With Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder. Ned Beatty. So, Bear, I've decided to start a Bugbears and Borderlands stripped down 5e and co-op keep on the Borderlands, but setting it out of Kingsgate. Muhahaha. Well, if you're going to use Final Age, man, just make sure there's lots of danger and don't let Marco play because he'll cause ghost storms.
Or make sure Marco is in the group.
Make Marco play.
I mean, Marco's
Yeah, that's
Marco.
76, Just a Passerby. It's not an 80s film, it's a 70s film.
I'm
I know you
saying,
young kids today
Marco's
don't care.
going Marco, so you need him there.
Marco was causing ghost storms with cantrips. That's how shitty his roles are.
You know, there's always that guy. There's always that guy at every table.
Fair.
That's
Very
gonna just, it's not even their fault. It's just shit's gonna happen, you know.
Yep.
And if you got the right attitude, you just have a big laugh about it and be like, well, you know, I've got a guy at my table that this dude could play 10 games and never freaking actually hit anything. You know what I mean? It's just like, and it's become a joke now, you know, it's just like such a joke. Okay, so Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor on a train. That's already that's a good selling point right off the bat. I mean, Gene Wilder, as soon as you say Gene Wilder and someone else, I'm like, you son of a bitch, I'm in. You know?
Son of a bitch, I'm in.
But then again, I'm a huge fan of Gene Wilder movies.
I fully approve of this idea, Coco.
I actually had all my relatives during Thanksgiving turn on and watch Gene Wilder's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Because somehow the conversation come up of movies that kind of effed with your head when you were very young and you saw them for the first time. And I said, Gene Wilder's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And they're like, what? I said, oh, yeah, you ain't ever watched that shit? That is some crazy shit. And they're like, no. And then I start doing that quote, is the deadly reaper rowing? There's no way of knowing. And all that shit. And they're like, is that in the movie? And I'm like, oh, yeah. So they put it on and they finally got to the boat scene. And they're all just looking at me like, what the fuck is this? How do I not remember this? I'm like, maybe you blocked it out as a kid, you know. The whole, they're going down in the boat and you see like a chicken gets head cut off and maggots and the whole time Gene Wilder's just saying that poem and it's like really creepy shit. And then all of a sudden, you know, it just stops. And he acts like nothing happened. You know, it's just like, all right, let's go do other things now, I guess. Man. Yeah, there is no way of knowing which way that we are going. And is the deadly reaper mowing? I also explained to him that I thought that Charlie's grandpa Joe was a piece of shit, and they didn't understand that.
What were you talking about?
Willy Wonka. I'm like, yeah, that guy's a piece of shit. He spends a whole movie laying on his ass, and then as soon as Charlie gets the golden ticket, he jumps up and starts doing a jig around the house. It's like, you guys have been eating cabbage water for all this time, and you could walk around and shit. Go get a fucking job. You know what I mean? Lazy motherfucker. But apparently everyone in the movie is supposed to represent one of the 7 cardinal sins. And Grandpa Joe, I think, was sloth. And the German guy was, of course, gluttony. And the girl with the bubble gum was pride.
Veruca Salt.
Yeah, she was envy, I think, and the gymnast was pride.
Can I tell you a secret?
What?
Never seen that fucking movie.
Dude, that is a weird movie. Like,
I just had
it's one
no
of those movies
fucking
where it's like
interest.
they say it's for kids, but then you watch it and you're like, but is it though, really?
But is it really?
I mean, it's like, I remember being in the 3rd grade and the teacher being like, today we're going, you know, because we always got happy when she rolled the monitor out on the thing, you know, and we'd be like, ah, shit, we're going to watch a movie, right? Watership Down. It's like, what the fuck is this? I mean,
fucking
you know,
dark.
It's like, okay, so Stalin Rabbit is trying to, you know, and he charged the dog, but no one knows whatever happened to him. And, you know, the worst part of that movie, though, is when the one rabbit gets caught in the snare and the other rabbits have no idea what the fuck it even is. And so he just dies. It's like,
what's that weird movie, the British animated film about the dogs who escaped from the lab?
The one I remember was about rats.
No, that's The Secret in Nim. There's a British animated film about dogs who escape from a lab that it's dark as fuck, and they're all fucked up, these dogs. And at one point, this hunter finds one of the dogs, and the dog is so excited it jumps up on him, and its back paw hits the shotgun and kills the hunter. Like, it's this dark fucking film. It's so, and I saw it when I was like maybe 12, and it's stuck with Plague Dogs. That's it, Plague Dogs. Jesus Christ, is that a dark fucking film? I never want to see it again. I never want to see it again. It was so fucking dark.
To be fair, I mean, one of the darkest movies I've ever seen in my entire life is a British film, and that
Which
would be
one?
Threads.
Mm-hmm. Threads was dark.
That is
Fuck
fucking
the day
dark.
after. Fuck the day after.
Yeah,
Threads
I mean,
is a dark fucking
Threads was just dark. As it would be, though, because in America, if somebody chucked some nukes at us, a lot of us wouldn't even, be anywhere near the target. But England, you're fucked. I mean, there's like, that country just ain't big enough not to be completely just,
The problem with you guys is that a lot of the places that are out of the way is where they decide to put missile silos, so they're targets. Montana,
Right.
Shit like that.
But there's literally nothing in the state of Kentucky that anyone would ever want to waste a nuke on.
Is there a military base anywhere in Kentucky?
Fort
Naval
Campbell.
base. That's a target. The Soviets had look, I live here. When I was growing up in Gaspé, there's no fucking targets near us, except in New Brunswick, there was Canadian Forces Base Gagetown, which we found out was a target. So even us in the middle of nowhere would have been targeted. It's
Island of the Blue Dolphins. Oh, another one that we watched as kids that's like a real heartbreaker is the one about the SEALs. Like where they're getting clubbed in the head all the time, and then they have to go and find a place where they can be and
Yes.
not get clubbed in the head.
What?
And they end up finding this island that's got like a cove on the inside of the island, but you can only get to it through an underground, like an underwater cave. And then they get to live happily ever after. But for the first half of the movie, all the pups are getting their heads clubbed in. And it's showing it. It's animated. And it's like, it's like, wow.
And then people wonder why Gen X is so fucking resilient.
Yeah.
Because fucking millennials were watching Care Bear Countdown. We were watching fucking Plague Dogs and fucking, Watership Down. We were like the Animal Farm. We were being prepped, for like survival. Free range, man. We're free range.
Yeah, we were reading Old Yeller and White Fang and all those freaking books where the dog ends up dying at the end or some shit.
7, they made us read this book called Death on the Ice. It's about the seal hunt. It was about this one time in the seal hunt in like the 20s or something like that, where this like massive ice storm hit while they were all out on the ice. And it's all the stories of the guys dying and freezing to death on the ice floe. They made us read this in grade fucking 7 and do a critical analysis of it. Man, no wonder we're feral.
My critical analysis would have been, I'm not going out on the ice. But I don't know if you've ever watched Life in the Arctic, Life Below Zero, whatever.
Nope.
They've got this American dude. This is up in Alaska, and I mean like way up in Alaska, right? And he's married to one of the natives. I think she's a Kitchuk or whatever. She's got that tattoo on her chin that shows she's a hard worker and everything.
Yeah.
And Agnes. And they're talking to Agnes, and she's just nonchalantly naming like the 12 people in her family that's fallen through the ice and died. And I'm like, she's like, yeah, my mom and 2 of my brothers and an uncle. And I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck? Because, the river under the ice is moving so fast that, if you go through the ice, you're gone. There's no getting you back. You're gone. And like, apparently people dying from falling through the ice is so common in her village community where they live that it's like just considered like cost of doing business almost. but they live way up on the Alaskan coast, almost to the Barrent, but not, way up there where it's snow all the time, just snow. They get like 1 month when there's no snow. When the Wind Blows in 1986, British apocalyptic adult animated film, yeah. An elderly couple's attempt to survive. I remember that, because didn't they like pile like doors up against a wall and then try to hide there, and then like slowly, it got worse and worse and worse. I'll tell you what, the British, man, they can make some funny movies, but at the same time, they can make some dark shit. I mean, Where the Red Fern Grows. Yeah, that one was terrible. Oh Yeller. That one will make you want to cry when he's got to put his dog down. And, and there were just, and then, of course, I think his last name is London. Jack London, maybe?
Jack London.
And he wrote like so many books, and they were all about Alaska and wolf dogs and all kinds of horrible shit. That was kind of that was like everything he kind of wrote was like, you're in Alaska, you got a dog sled, you fell through the ice, dogs are dying and drowning, and you're doing your it's like, oh my God, come on, man. But yeah, you're right. It was like no punches were pulled for Gen X. It was like nobody, no adult ever stopped and said, should we really be showing them this? No one said that.
No one gave a fuck.
Yeah, like I always complain about how my mom had me watch Jaws when I was like 7. And there was a reason, because back then she had moved to Florida and I would visit, and she wanted to make sure that I would never go into the ocean.
So just to pass her by, you need to get something through your fucking European head, because Europeans, you're so fucking into this Gen X millennial shit, and you're all like, well, I'm like that. You're not who anyone is talking about when they talk about those generations. It is only North America that applies to this stuff because of post-World War II bullshit. You guys had a whole other pile of shit to deal with post-World War II.
Yeah, when we talk about our generations being weak, we're talking about America.
Yeah, and Canada. We're not talking about the Netherlands.
Yeah, I have no idea.
And I say this as the child of a liberator. Well, not a child, but my uncle was in part of the group of Canadians that liberated your country.
Right.
So,
to be honest, I mean, most Americans probably couldn't point out the Netherlands on a map. And that has nothing to do with lack of education. It has everything to do with lack of giving a shit.
And lack of education. Your educational system.
Well, also lack of education. But
like, I'm sorry, your educational system is bad.
It really is. It's based on the Prussian model from 1700 something.
It's industrialized.
Which was basically just to teach kids to go and clock in every day at the factory and work 8 hours.
Getting used to taking breaks every 4 hours, all that kind of shit. Yeah. And that's why the groups are separated by date of birth and not ability and things like that,
Right.
I need help, my love.
Well, then I will get up and help you.
I'm getting back from the grocery store with chaos.
You're bringing chaos from the grocery store.
I'm late getting back.
Oh.
Because the grocery store was chaos.
Well, then let me put my paintbrush down. Yes. And I will bring the stuff in real quick. See, I've got a plan here, and that is I only ever do one trip. No matter how much groceries I have to pile up on an arm.
Again, passerby. Generation X is a North American thing. All of the things that apply do not apply to Europeans, do not apply to Eastern Asians or any of that. It is because of the way America was after World War II that all this shit comes into existence. You need to understand that. Yes, people have tried to make it a global cultural thing. It's not. Your childhood was not like the childhood we had here. It's very different. And that's what people don't understand, because it's such a universal concept now, but they're not universal. Gen X in Canada is different than Gen X in the US, to be honest. Like, we're not 100% the same either. We have a lot of touch points, but we're not the same. So anyone at any university can write any piece of shit they want to write, and you know that if you pay attention, because there are literally people out there writing papers about the glory of socialism and how great Marxism is. So clearly anybody can write anything at a fucking university level, which is sad and a very disservice to the people that are studying there. But I'm just angry at the world. Mm-hmm. But yeah, let's keep arguing. That'll be more fun. I gotta figure what the fuck I'm gonna do for lunch. I don't really want to cook, but I kind of have to, I think. No, Gen X drank tap water. We drank tap water. We drank from the hose. Abso-fucking-lutely we did. I do not understand what you're saying, my friend. It does not make the sense. It is illogic. So, Coco, I can't wait to hear your feedback on the Final Age stuff I gave you to read. Nersner gave me really good feedback. Saxius gave me really good feedback. So I'm looking forward to yours as well. The fuck am I going to do for lunch? What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. I will try not to sing out of key. Oh, no, I'll get by with a little help from my friends. Oh. Cool, I can't wait, man. Take your time. I would rather have a very honest, direct good than have rush. That was a fun, and I took it easy on you guys in that campaign, man. I took it easy on you guys. If we ever could play again, I'm going to teach you proper Final Age, where you're going to learn to. The way I used to run it was the first combat for people who first played Final Age was just like, hey, look, monsters, let's fight them. And new characters. Second group of characters, hey, monster, let's try and fight it intelligently. Half them dead. Third group of characters, hey, monster, let's avoid it. Yeah, it's not a friendly world, to be honest. Do 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 do. Do. Welcome back, sir.
Yep. While I was carrying groceries in, a thought occurred to me. I think the thing you guys were talking about, and I don't know if you finished that, whatever, but the main thing is, I don't think the Europeans ever had boomers.
No, they didn't have a baby boom after World War II.
And
like
if
the
you don't
Americans
got
did.
boomers, then how are you going to have Gen X's? You know what I mean? You got to have boomers. That's where it all starts. And it's only people from like North America who sent our boys over to fight, who came home and then were the parents of the boomer generation, which basically fucked everything up for everyone.
So it's a mix, though. So you got the greatest generation who created the boomers, but between the greatest generation and the boomers, you have the silent generation, which is what my parents were.
Right.
And then after the boomers, you get Gen X, which are usually the kids of either late stage boomers
Or the silent generation.
or the silent generation. So we were raised very self-sufficient because our parents were raised during World War II, right? Our parents grew up in the 30s and 40s, you know what I mean? And by the 50s, they were out into the workforce. So they were taking advantage of the boom of the economy the same way the greatest generation was. Then the baby boomers come along and they start like hitting high school in the late 50s, early 60s. So they're the ones who are just living the benefit of it all. I mean, they're just like, life is fucking gravy. And so they get bored. And what do? They go fucking protest civil rights and the war in Vietnam and all that other shit they did. And then they program that into their kids, who are mostly the millennials. There are some Gen X who are baby boomer parents, but most of them are fucking millennials. So they've been bored and have no idea what to do with their lives. So they're protesting stupid shit like their fucking parents did, right? Meanwhile, Gen X is sitting here going, yeah, I could protest, but I got bills to pay. Fuck, you know? Yeah, right. I'm upset about that thing that's happening, but I still got to pay my rent, motherfucker, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty wild when they show the pictures of people like protesting here in America and like no one's under the age of like 60.
Yeah.
You know, and they're out there dancing to like Canned Heat, you know, let's get
well, it's all boomers. It's there are some Gen Xers there which are sad. And it's mostly like, boomers and millennials. So it's people over 60 and under 40. You know what I mean? Or under 45. You know, it's like Jesus Christ. And meanwhile, sitting in the middle of it all, Gen X going, what's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong?
Well, because I don't know what it might have been like in the Netherlands and all that with the swamp Germans, but like our generation was just like completely, and not in a bad way, but in a good way, we were completely neglected.
Yeah, latchkey.
Like we got food and we got clothes for school, but otherwise it was up to us to figure shit out. I mean, there was no parenting really because our parents were at work.
Well, you know? or hey, I'm bored. I don't have anything to do. Well, go find something to do before I give you something to do.
Yes, right. Ma'am. Man, everybody in America heard that.
So you fucked off and figured out how to make your day filled, you know?
No, I'm bored. I don't know what to do. Well, go find something to do before I find something for you to do. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like, okay. And you go outside and find a stick that looks kind of like a gun, and then you and your friends play and run around. And
you ran down to the creek and you built a fucking dam to see how long it would fill up, and then you'd cause a minor flood.
Because you weren't allowed to be home except to get like a bologna sandwich or something, you know, at some point.
Out. My mother's favorite fucking line to say was, here's $1, go play in traffic. My mother loves saying that.
My mom would always say, you and your brother grab your rifles and go play. And that's what, and we had little 22 Marlins, and we just go run all over the hillsides with our rifles and our knives and just get into shit, you know, go into caves that we never should have, because if we died in them, no one would have ever found us in a trillion years. You know, we did shit. It's like, sometimes I look back on it and I'm like, I survived.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
Like,
there, like, dude, I hitchhiked. Hitchhiking. What the fuck was I thinking?
Just get in the car with a random guy. What could happen? What's the worst that could happen, right?
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, we were that generation that saw the white van that said free candy and thought, I wonder what kind of candy he's got.
I know it's a trap, but maybe if I get Steven and Derek to go over there and hide in the bushes, When he goes for me, they can club him, and we'll get the candy and puppies.
Right, like, this
Fucking
could be a
Jedi.
trap, but the payoff is so good.
The risk
Well,
reward
okay.
here is, yes, I could die, but puppies and candy. I'm just saying, you know. But thankfully, I've got a squad, so we're good. Let's go.
Yeah. Meanwhile, so while our veterans were over here knocking women up and having 80 kids, and then spoiling the shit out of them because you know,
Oh
you
my
guys
God.
had been
Okay.
devastated by a horrible war, and you had a whole different set of situations.
Okay. My family had a department store. I had a bunch of them, but eventually the company went tits up in the bad 90s. But we had a thing. And my father would get so sick of me and my friends being around. He'd go to the sporting goods section, give us a bunch of fucking pellet guns and a box of pellets, put us on the loading dock where they had all the fluorescent tubes piled in a big pile because you couldn't throw them in the trash. So they were always like, well, we're going to have to burn them or something, right? And we would
Right.
just sit there on the edge of the fucking loading dock with pellet guns, popping fucking fluorescent tubes for 3 hours, you know? Drinking Pepsi and eating fucking hamburgers, you know, happy as could be.
Yep.
God damn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, aerosol cans. Let's see how long it takes for this thing to explode in a fire. We were like,
Oh, I wish
science
Shangar
kids.
was here. We could tell you about carbide. That's the stuff you use in headlamps
Yeah.
if you're worried about low oxygen because it oxygenates itself, but it also very violently reacts to water.
Oh, interesting.
So you throw a chunk of carbide in like a bottle or a jar and put water in it and screw the lead on real tight and then run, because once that pressure builds up, it's going boom. You know, like you could literally blow a mailbox right off the post with that. And yeah,
The
and
shit
of course
we did, man.
we had that because, you know, I don't know why actually. Maybe because my grandpa was a coal miner. So, you know, but in Kentucky, you can actually go and buy like sticks of dynamite in various like half stick, 3/4 stick, whatever. And it's legal because people on the farms use them to blow stumps out of the ground.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, you just go and dig a hole near the stump and put that dynamite in and, you know, set her off with electricity. You don't light a fuse, you know, and you blow a stump out of the ground. And then that way you can farm, I guess, or something.
Oh,
but
yeah, so you plow the field without breaking your plow. Yeah.
right. So, and a lot of the farmland, like where I grew up, it was on the mountainside, but on the flat areas where the farms were, it was like in Britain. You know how when they show like the overview of Ireland or Britain, and there's all those little squares, and the
Mhm.
squares are got like stone walls around them, but they're not actually stone walls. They're just where people pile stones, right?
Mhm.
Because every year, it doesn't matter how many years you've done it. Every year, when you go out to try to plow a field up, you're going to find stones. And you just carry them to the nearest side of the field and you just stack them on top of the other stones. So then eventually you end up with like a 3-foot tall wall of stone around every field.
There you go.
And we used to joke that they actually grew out of the ground, you know, like it's like, you know, how is there always a rock here? We've been tilling this field for 100 years and we always finding rocks and shit. Or in the old days, sometimes you'd find burial grounds and unscrupulous people would dig them up and then sell all the artifacts to like tourists and shit. But then our great Commonwealth pulled its head out of its ass and decided that should be illegal because, you know, it is desecrating a grave. And just because they were red men don't mean that makes it illegal to desecrate their grave. You know what I mean? So they put an end to that shit. But when I was a little kid, there were literally people that went out on a trip and their whole deal was to try to find old Cherokee burial grounds, you know, and dig them up. And I mean, skeletons and all to sell. And I'm like, I draw the line at that, you know. I'll do a lot of shit, but I draw the line at digging up Indians, and I draw the line at eating possums or raccoons. That's about it.
Nice. All right, I got to go. I got to figure out my lunch.
Well, you go figure out your lunch.
If you're still on later, I'll come back, but I got to do this.
Yeah, I don't know if I will be, but if I am, I'll see you then.
Peace, love, and geek. See
Yeah.
ya.
See you, bro.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah. Right now, a lot of places in America and Canada are going through issues that are directly related to how good people had it in the 50s and 60s. Because the people who had it so good in the 50s and 60s bought up all the property, and now they don't want to sell it. And so young people literally just can't buy houses because, well, there's a couple of things, but hopefully they'll fix the one thing they keep talking about it, and that is making it against the law for these big investment companies to buy single family homes. That needs to happen. BlackRock should not be owning any single family homes. That's just crazy, right? And then the other thing was just that, like the boomer generation, by the time they were 25, they owned a car, a house, 4 kids, whatever, right? And now that they're really old, they're not selling any of the stuff that they acquired during their life when it was all dirt cheap and you could, buy a house for 30 grand. Because when my mom bought her first house, it was like $30,000, and it's like, so I hate to say it, but it's looking like things are going to suck until all the boomers die off. And then hopefully, things will, yeah. Aerosol cans, setting them up and shooting them with our freaking 22s, and then watching them flip around down the holler. That was fun. But yeah, Europeans, I mean, their experience after World War II, totally different because you guys still had to rebuild your whole countries. Whereas our vets that survived that mess, they just came home and married their high school sweetheart and started cranking out a bunch of spoiled brats. How you doing, William? I am currently primering a few things, painting a few things. I may actually build some stuff. I'm way behind on the building. But then again, I've been out of town so much lately. Yeah, we played with fireworks like black cats and those what are they called? They're like quarter stick of dynamite. I mean, we were allowed to play with those things. So being a Gen X American was really like survival. It was the game Survivor, except you did it for fun because you didn't know any better. And Canadians too. Not so with the Mexicans so much because they didn't send, all of their young men to Europe to fight. It was generally the countries that sent all their young men to fight. And then when they came home, they created boomers, So Canada and America share the boomer thing, But Mexico does not because they weren't involved. However, Australia, New Zealand, the Commonwealth countries, they do kind of, but it's not the same thing. It's not exactly the same thing, but yep. But Netherlands, I've only ever met one person from the Netherlands, and it was a young lady that rode with my department a lot because she was going through paramedic school. And I got to train her. And she was first off, she was tall as hell. She's like 6 foot, a 6 foot woman, thin, blonde, not unattractive at all, not like super attractive, but not unattractive. Like, you know, a single young James might have dated her for sure. Actually, the way she talked about her relationship with her boyfriend, she needed a new boyfriend. Because when you're at the fire department, for some reason, people like to share. And so I know a lot more about that young swamp German sex life than I ever wanted to, you know. And yeah, she definitely, not that I would tell her, but she definitely needed another boyfriend because the one she had, you know, was no good for her. But or she was just lying, you know, whatever. My best friend Bill, he always joked around that she was trying to sleep with me, but if she was, I'm too naive to notice. So 40 hours in 3 weeks, man, that is putting it in. Yeah, I wish, like, I can't say what you're saying. I've been really busy, which has caused me to not be able to get the stuff done I really wanted to get done. But it's all been because I've been traveling, you know, and doing like vacation stuff, which I don't necessarily love because I am a homebody, like hardcore, and also somewhat, believe it or not, of an introvert. Like, I'll get on and talk all the shit in the world to you guys, but when I'm actually having to be around people, like for real, in real life and shit, I don't care for it very much, you know. And so, yeah, I ended up going to Georgia, having guests, just, you know, busy, right? Whereas I'm of an age now, as, you know, a retired man, where most of the time I just want to get up in the morning, do whatever I got to do, and then maybe build some models, maybe play Ark Evolved, maybe, you know what I'm saying, you know, I just don't want to get involved in a lot of bullshit. But unfortunately, one of the side effects of being married into a Scandinavian family is you are expected to show up. I mean, and that is just what it is, you know. So, and I have no choice. Hell yeah, man. We used to cut down sticks and freaking sword fight all over the place. Sword fight and shoot at each other with BB guns and do all kinds of shit. I mean, we were literally crazy. But the thing is, Gen X Canada and Gen X America are the same things. And it's like I was saying, it's because we had the greatest generation that went to Europe to fight the war, came back and cranked out the boomers. And then the boomers or the silent generation, whichever one of those two, spawned the Gen Xers. And for the most part, they just told us to go outside and play. And so we were really unsupervised for the majority of our childhood, if not all of it, you know. Like I said, like on a weekend, if I didn't have school, my mom would be like, go out and play. And we could come into the house for lunch, like, you know, come rolling in and grab a bologna sandwich. And we would always put our potato chips on the bologna sandwich and, you know, to give that bologna a little crunch. And then out the door you went, man. You didn't hang out. There was no hanging out in the house back then. That didn't happen, man. Like these guys now, you know, because parents at some point, and it might be Gen X parents or it might be whoever, but at some point parents got really afraid of letting their kids out of the house. And maybe for good reason, you know. The world can be a very dangerous place, and especially you got a lot of sick people out there, and maybe that's what happened. But when I was a youth, nobody was worried about all that kind of shit. And my particular thought on that is that the news was not as big back then as it is now. Like the news came on like twice a day, you know. There wasn't like this constant 24/7 news cycle that happens today. Back then, you got up in the morning and you watched the morning news, and it was all local for the most part. And it would let you know what traffic was going to be like or what the weather was going to be like or whatever. And then that was basically it for the news. They might have a 30-minute noon news hour where they would let you know. But the news was always local news. So while there might have been maniacs running amok up in Washington State, if you lived in Kentucky, you never heard about that shit. You know, it just wasn't anything that you would ever hear about. So parents in that era were not so terrified to just let their kids run amok. But then once you started with CNN and like constant news, blah, 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 you know, that's when the parents were like, holy shit, you know, like what's his name? The Wash Boy and all that stuff. And it become really like publicized and everything. And then all of a sudden, you know, people were like, I mean, I got to admit, I was kind of that way with my two daughters, man. I was like, yeah, they don't go anywhere if I'm not watching them. And that's just how I was, you know. I was watching my kids. I was watching my children's. If anybody had come near them, that had been that, you know what I'm saying? It'd have been a bad time for who knows who, but because the news scared us to death, man. And it still does. So I don't watch it that much. If I need to know what's going on the news, I watch like Asmongold or Nuxon or something like that, you know. I mean, I got a group of, you know, YouTubers that I'll watch if I need to know anything about whatever, but no, I don't actually turn a news channel on because it's just too much. And that's before you even take into account the fact that they lie nonstop, you know. Like I would trust Asmongold way more than I would trust any news group. Whether it's ABC, Fox, CNN, I don't give a shit. Name whatever group you want. I think Asmongold's probably more trustworthy, you know, or Nuxonor. Sure, they might have biases, but you know, I think they're more trustworthy. But not Hassan Piker though. That guy does nothing but lie. Watch James, yeah. Well, I can tell you what's going on in the news. Somebody got shot in New York, an ICE agent, but they're going to live, so everybody's happy. And Casey Tron had to do a full like apology to Lex Luthor, Kevin Kline, and pay him a bunch of money. And Frogan is getting effed in the A tube about it. And I haven't heard anything about the Denims thing, because I will admit to being a little bit of a drama queen, as far, well, not drama queen, but I like to follow the drama. And, you know, like I used to be a huge fan of Medicare, or the Internet Aristocrat. That dude used to crack me the hell up. But yeah, like I give a shit what's going on in like some Chicago right now. I don't give a shit. I'd much rather know what's going on with like Frogan. I like to watch Bearing quite a bit. You know, let's go Bearing and Sugar Tits. I like to watch them. And then I've got some channels I put on when I'm gaming that I watch, like Views from the Abyss or whatever. And they're basically nothing but like Call of Cthulhu channels. So, you know, it's just some guy telling like lore and stuff like that from Call of Cthulhu. And recently, and I've told you guys this, I found a channel that does a lot of it's got like all of the Hyperborean stories that Clark Ashton Smith ever wrote. And so I'll put that on in the background when I'm doing like playing Ark or something and listen to it. But the problem is, because I'm playing Ark, then I end up having to listen to it multiple times because I'm not 100% always paying full attention, you know. Like right now, just down the beach from where I've built my house, there's an alpha T-Rex just wandering around. And so far, it hasn't come within a couple hundred yards of my house, but I'm still needing to figure out how to handle it. And I do not have the dinosaurs to deal with that thing. That, like, if that thing comes into my house, it will murder every one of my pets. Hyperborea, nice. William. Yeah, William, that has been kind of my new love. And before anyone brings up any other game, I still love all those other games. But right now I am, that's the game I'm running. I've got a good group of players and we're playing Hyperborea. And so, of course, you know, me being me, I went online and I looked up all the lore I could find, just so that I would know what was up. And then I went through all of my miniatures to see if I had, like in Hyperborea, on the plateau of Lang and near there are the Men of Ling. Well, you know, it turns out from Call of Cthulhu that I have a multitude of Men of Ling. And I'm waiting for my Chocho people to come in. I've ordered like 10 of those. I also had, for no reason, I don't know why I even made these guys, crabmen. And it turns out in Hyperborea, crabmen play a huge factor in some things, you know? Like there's a whole part of the continent where the crabmen are. Yeah, I saw Jake Paul on, I forget whose show it was, but they showed him getting punched in the head. and like he knew he lost. You could see it on his face. Andrew Tate getting beat down. Well, I mean, you know, I don't really see. I know a lot of people hate Andrew Tate. I don't know anything about it because the last thing I'm going to be doing, guys, is listening to some dude trying to tell me how to be a dude. You know, it's like, I'm not interested in that. Especially, and I know this is going to sound super racist, and I don't care because it's not racist. I'm not listening to some jackass Muslim trying to tell me how to be anything. I'm not doing it. If there's any Muslims watching, sorry, but it is what it is, you know? It's like, I feel about that the same way I feel about women with like nose rings and purple hair. If you've got nose rings and purple hair and you have a gender or a pronoun, I will immediately discard your opinion as useless. Oh, the channel with the Hyperborean stories. I can look because I've been on it so much. It should be super easy for me to find. It's like 6 hours and a half long. Just FYI on that. But he does have timestamps between. Okay, let's see. I hit that and Asmongold's molding out about France because some Muslims in France thought it'd be a good idea to light the Christmas tree on fire. Because of course they did. Just like the ones they caught in Germany that were plotting to run a car through a Christmas fair. Because of course they were. I mean, at this point, it's like, is anyone surprised? You know? This is an ideology that extols the believers of the ideology to literally murder all of their opponents, you know? Okay, I got it right here. Let me turn it off. It's called Fantasy Babble, and it's the complete Hyperborean cycle by Clark Ashton Smith. So every story he ever wrote about Hyperborea, which, believe it or not, he had a really hard time with because no one wanted to buy it. And it was H.P. Lovecraft that kept telling him, stick with it. Exactly. And because H.P. Lovecraft kept telling Clark Ashton Smith to stick with his Hyperborean stories because Lovecraft liked them, he did. And eventually they did get picked up and published. You know, it was just for a while there, he just could not get anyone interested in his Hyperborea cycle, except for Lovecraft. But yeah, it's the narration is okay. The art, you know, changes, so you get to see different whatevers, and it goes through all of the stories he wrote. So really cool. And like I made the video the other day where I was talking about how the intelligence agencies don't want you to play Hyperborea because, you know, of the serpent people. Granted, of course, that was me joking around, but at the same time, you know, it does have serpent people in it. and lizardmen, but the lizardmen are just D&D lizardmen, you know. They live along a jungle coastline area, and they, you know, they're kind of Neolithic, and they're lizardmen. You can go there and fight them or trade with them. But the serpent people, they live underground, and they have like massive laboratories where they're trying to cook up, you know, toxins and poisons to wipe humanity off the planet because, you know, the serpent people hate humans, and they can also make themselves look like humans. And so a lot of governments are infiltrated by serpent people. And, you know, that's a thing. There is, however, a very, very special magical item you can find. Maybe if the DM wants to give it to you, I guess, that allows you to see through the illusion of the serpent men. So, I mean, there is that. That could be a thing. But yeah. Yeah. So, and that's where we get into what we were talking about the other day with the David Icke thing, and, you know, all the crazy shit people talk, you know, and the Hellier, Kentucky thing, where supposedly there's government records of our government sending special forces type units down after Vietnam into some of the deep caves of eastern Kentucky, and that these guys claim that they encountered reptilian type creatures down there and actually got into firefights with them, and, you know, casualties were had on both sides, and then the whole thing was hushed up, you know, because that's how conspiracies work, you know. And then if you read Cthulhu, or if you're just into Native American mythology, even though I hate calling them Native American because they're not Native American, they came from Asia, just a little bit 10,000 years before we did, but whatever. Like all of the Indian cultures, pretty much anywhere in North America, have a snake god. You know, whether they call him Yig or Yith or whatever they call him, they all have one. And according to some legends, this snake god created serpent people, you know, as kind of his people. And also, according to Lovecraft, if you kill snakes, there is a chance that Yig will show up and arrives to secure the oil. Yig will show up and turn you into a serpent. Like in one story, Yig turned this woman into a rouse snake because of I think her husband killed a den of snakes on their property, wherever it was. So the woman got turned into a rouse snake, and when the man come in from work, she bit him and killed him. And then she bit the children and killed them, and then she like crawled off into the woods. It never really said if she remembers who she is or if she's just a snake, but that's a thing that Yig did because of people killing rouse snakes. He's not a fan of that sort of thing. But the Egyptians called him Apep. I would agree with that. And a lot of people, you know, you got Lovecraft, and of course he's best known for, as they call it, cosmic horror, right? But you can't sleep on the Dream Cycle, which was a huge collection of stories he had done, really, and they're straight up fantasy. you know, like you got to climb the 99 steps of whatever and past the guardian of dreams, and then all of a sudden you're talking to these little rat like fairies, and you got to be careful about cats, because if you go to the city of Kadath and you harm a cat, you are instantly put to death, like 100%. Boom. And like just so much fantastical stuff, you know. Now in my Hyperborea 3rd edition game, the cats are there, but they're in Comorum. And because there is no Kadath, but I really wanted that to be a part of the thing, because I wanted the game to be as kind of weird and whatever is possible. So I just put the Cats of Ulthar in the game. And when the players got off the ship on the docks, one of the first thing that the dock master told them is, under no circumstances can they ever kill a cat. And they're like, why? And the guy told them, you know, it's the law, you just can't. And then one of the players was up very late at night and noticed all these cats were like climbing up to the rooftops. And she was watching the cats, and after a while, the cats jumped up to the second moon that orbits Hyperborea. And she was like, wow, that's weird. And I was like, well, actually, your character wouldn't think it's that weird. I mean, you think it's weird. Yes. And one of the players in the group actually made, I wouldn't say friends, I would say earned a couple points of positive faction with the cats, because this particular player, my wife's character actually, you know, was really nice to a little kitten and pet it, and, you know, gave it a little something to eat. And what she didn't know is the whole time she was petting the little black cat, like, you know, she was being watched by the adult cats. They were all watching her, right? And it went running off and everything. She looked around and she noticed all these adult cats were like looking at her. And then like a really big tomcat that was looking at her, when she saw it looking and looked back, and it kind of nodded its head at her like, I see you, and then went on its way. And then the players got hired by an innkeeper to kill all the rats that were in the walls of his tavern. And that adventure is literally called Rats in the Walls, which also happens to be one of my favorite Lovecraft stories of all time. You know, one of them. But yeah, it is adorable. But the reason you can't ever like mistreat a cat in Ulthar, or in this particular place, is because there was the way the story goes, there was an old couple that liked to kill cats because they're assholes. And one day they killed a little kitten, and then no one saw the couple for a long time. And eventually a bunch of the bravest men in the village decided to break into their house. And all they found was that old couple's bones, picked clean, laying in the middle of the living room floor. And at that point, the city council decided that it would be 100% against the law to harm a cat. That skit is mentioned on the newest Kind of Consensual. Oh, okay. But I mean, they are just cats, William Sova, but they have they have human intelligence. And there are some creatures in the world, like the moon beasts and stuff like that, that are just terrified of the cats and will not go near them, right? but the cats can't be made pets. They're not pets. They do their own thing. And then as a result of adding the cats, it also meant I had to add a goddess that is not in the Hyperborea book, which is Bast. I had to add Bast because in the actual stories about the cats, a lot of them like to hang around the Temple of Bast. So, and that's not really a big deal in Hyperborea because you can introduce literally any god you want. You know, there's the ones that they give you in the book, but between people coming from all points of time and space through the Boreas, as it is, if I said that right. I mean, you know, there's Romans that are alive in Hyperborea that may still worship Mars. You know, there's some Vikings that still worship Odin, but they're banished by the actual Vikings that worship Uller and Ymir. You know, so I mean, you could play a Carolingian that's Christian if you wanted to. I mean, 100%. But amongst the common people, the most worshipped god is the Sagua, who is a neutral god. But in Hyperborean, neutral means you're concerned with yourself. You're not concerned with any greater like morality or anything. So, you know, it's all about taking care of you and your immediate family, not worrying about any great cosmic battle or anything. Yeah. And so in D&D 4th edition, it would have been called Unaligned. So, I mean, Thesagua will still eat human sacrifices and stuff like that, but at the same time, because he's neutral, it's like he eats human sacrifices because that's what powers him up. So there may be no maliciousness behind the fact that he's eating human sacrifices. Whereas there are some gods that are straight up evil and they are malicious. But the neutral gods are generally not malicious. They're just doing what they're doing. Kind of like the vast majority of the players at my table, I think there's 8, are neutral because this game, I don't know, it might be fun to play Hyperborea as like a lawful good paladin. And we had a guy who wanted to do that. But then his girlfriend decided she wanted to play an assassin. But now in hindsight, I don't think there's a rule in Hyperborea that says that paladins can only do one adventure with a group that's not whatever, right? I think I told him he probably couldn't be a paladin because of whatever, because I was thinking AD&D terms. So I might have screwed him. He ended up just being a mage, which he's never been. But honestly, it might have been really interesting to have a lawful good paladin. We would have had to fit. I mean, if we were going by the gods in the books, then he would have probably been a worshiper of Apollo or something like that. But, you know. Yeah, I would have to reread the book because I might have lied to him when I said, "Oh, you don't want to play paladin," because and paladins in Hyperborea, their only rules, they have to be lawful. So they have to be either lawful good or lawful evil because there is no lawful neutral. Since neutral is just all about, you know, yourself. There's no There's no lawful or chaotic neutral, and there's no neutral good or neutral evil either. Neutral is just neutral, and it has nothing to do with balance and harmony or any of that other stupid shit. It just means your character looks out for you and your friends, first and foremost, before they worry about any big theological thing, right? So clerics, I could definitely see being more involved in the, the more esoteric stuff. Exactly, William. Neutral means they are not actively out to kill you. They are mostly just going to do their own thing. And unless you get in their way, you ain't got to worry about it. So like the goddess Bast that I've introduced as a god in this city, she is a neutral goddess. Mainly because she really don't care about humans very much. She's much more concerned with her cats. So, humans are just like a thing, but not something she's like super like, oh man, I need to, whatever, you can worship her and that's good. She likes being worshiped. She likes having a priesthood and all that, but yeah, her loyalty is to the cats. That's where her chief loyalty is. And the same goes for the cats. The cats like humans and everything like that, but their chief loyalty, of course, is to their goddess Bast. So, yeah, if you read the Lovecraft Dreamlands Chronicles, he goes into like Bast and stuff like that. Like in Lovecraft's Dreamlands, all of the old gods, like the Greek gods, the Norse gods, the Celtic gods, etc., they all still exist in the Dreamlands. And oddly enough, Lovecraft and his thing, all of those gods are real, So in the setting, those are all real beings. The problem is, though, in the Dreamlands is that the gods are pretty much being babysat by Nyarlathotep, who is much more powerful than any of the old gods. So he kind of keeps them trapped in the Dreamlands, because I don't know why, but that's what the whole series, Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, but I like that, William Silva. How you describe that is pretty much perfect, And I mean, neutral is also good in that, let's say you're traveling in the far north, which is mostly, well, there is no north, but let's say you're traveling where the Eskimo are, because Eskimo are in the game. And there's two kinds. There's plains Eskimos and coastal Eskimos, right? They're neutral, let's say. So depending, you can trade with them, you can do stuff, or you might end up going to war with them. I mean, it's just like, there's no telling, right? Of course, a lot of them you got to watch out for, because the big secret that some of the Eskimo try to keep, the ones that were somehow transported to Hyperborea from Greenland, they were all members of a cult of Cthulhu or Tulu. And therefore, that whole branch, that whole big tribe of them, they secretly worship Tulu And some of them believe that under the ice of the plains of Ling, there's a giant ocean under the ice, and that's where Relay is. And then others believe that Relay is actually off the coast called the Dagon Coast. You know. But yeah, like one of the players in the group is actually a Lemurian, and one of them is an Atlantean. And then the rest of them are mostly like Vikings and stuff like that. Hungar's character is a Hyperborean. So he's like 7'3", golden blonde hair, bone white skin, violet colored eyes, thin for his height. So really Elric. He's kind of playing Elric, but he's a paladin, or not paladin, a cleric. And for those of you who've never read Hyperborea, clerics in that game are OP as shit. I will tell you that right now. They are out of control because they don't have the weapon restrictions clerics in D&D have. So, like, if you're playing a cleric in Hyperborea without any sort of special rule or anything, your character will be able to use swords, axes, spears, wear any armor, use any shield, and also have really decent hit points. Not as good as, say, a barbarian, but close to a fighter, right? And then on top of that, you have cleric spells. So, yeah, clerics in this game, the basic generic cleric, not the specialist clerics, are pretty nuts. The specialist clerics, that just depends if, you know, that's what your mood is. If you want to play a druid or, you know, a rune carver or, you know, something like that, then, you know, you can do that. And I mean, it's not a horrible thing. There are reasons enough that that's cool, but, personally, of all of the priestly classes, the ecclesiastical classes, I guess I would say, I think the generic cleric, look at that, I'm a poet and didn't know it, is probably the best. They are just, I mean, so useful. But not useful as far as, oh, you know, they're the best because of how good they are in a party. No. They're the best because they don't even need a party. You know what I mean? Or you could make a party of nothing but clerics and still just dominate the shit out of everything. You know? As a matter of fact, a party of 6 or 8 clerics just straight up wandering around the world would probably be a real challenge for a DM, especially if they got a few levels. You know what I mean? Because at first level, they each got, like, say, 2 spells a day. And they could be like Cure Light Wounds. So you got 6 guys in a group, all wearing the heaviest armor they can afford, all carrying good weapons with shields, and they can all cast Cure Light Wounds. You know, depending on the players, if they're not like completely ridiculous, that's a powerhouse right there, you know, just because of their ability to tank damage, and then on top of tanking the damage, curing the damage. And also turning undead and stuff like that, right? So I would say, and I'm sure there's people out there who will disagree, and they might know more than me, but I would say of all the classes in Hyperborea, the one class that you could just make a whole group out of and be like, yeah, this will work, is clerics. Fighters could be a close one, barbarians maybe, but the problem with them is if it ever goes bad, it's going bad, right? Because there's no healing. There's no, none of that. So they can get into a fight and they can be kicking all the ass in the world, but if it ever goes bad, then they're done. That's just it. They're done. It's over. Whereas, like I said, you got a group of clerics, man. Shit. If one of them starts taking a little bit of beating, one of the other ones can just throw some healing on him and keep him up. And then you could just go back and forth like that. I mean, at first level, 6 clerics, that's 12 cure light wound spells that they could have access to. 12. On top of the fact that they could all be wearing heavy armor that has a damage resistance, carrying a large shield that gives them, a huge bonus to their armor class, and, using like broadswords and shit. So, yeah, I mean, they're really cool. Another class I really like a lot is the Huntsman. It's kind of like a ranger, except it 100% just spends all of its time trying to hunt down and kill monsters. So it's like a fighter, except its whole deal is it wants to kill monsters. And yeah, I'm a fan of that. I think that's kind of cool. Killing some monsters. Hell yeah. But yeah. Yeah, I say north. When I said north, the problem with Hyperborea, and it's not a problem, it's just the way Hyperborea is. North is Mount Vermithien, I think is how you say it, which is in the center of the flat hex that is the world. That's like thousands of miles across, right? So if you're on the edge of the world, like on the coast of the world, no matter which coast you're on, north will always be the center of the hex. So because Hyperborea supposedly used to be in the place currently occupied by the Arctic Ocean. So, yeah, that's literally the North Pole. So that's weird. And you probably don't want to go to Mount Vermithien because that's where the spider god lives. And she spends all of her time weaving her web. And supposedly at some point she'll finish weaving the web and then something will happen. But no one's really 100% sure what. And then some of her priests, when they reach or druids actually, when they reach a certain level of power, they literally transform into spider-like beings, and then they go there to help her. And that's kind of their reward for serving Atlek Naka, who is, again, a neutral deity. She's neutral. She's, her whole deal is to eat adventurers at wandering to the cavern where she's working and to finish her web at some point. Kind of reminds me of Krull. I think it was Krull where you had the old lady that lived in the middle of the spider web and the spider and all that. And that kind of is what it kind of reminds me of. Also, under that mountain, you might find a cavern where the Sagua lives. But generally, he's such a lazy deity that if you just popped your head in and looked at him and left, you'd be fine. Unless you got caught by his worshipers or something, then it might go bad. I wonder where Shadow is. He usually pops in. Not that I care. I mean, you guys are just listening to me ramble on about Hyperborea. Those of you who play, you already know. So, and yes, it is a harsh world. And I have modeled my Comorium. I have modeled it after Lankmar quite a bit, complete with the fact that a lot of the administrators of the city, who mostly happen to be common men, wear black togas and stuff like that. And the reason is because in Comorium, they have a whole section where all they do is like blacksmith work, right? And the fuel they use is either oil, like straight up crude oil, or peat moss that they dig up out of the swamp that's out of the north gate. So Cremorium, a lot of the time, is completely covered in black smog, you know, like the whole city, you know, especially in that quarter of town where, you know, all of the smithies and stuff is. Well, thank you, Bruce. Yeah, in that part of the city where all of the it could be better if you weren't at work, but you know. Yeah, it's just the whole, like on the dock, it's a little smoggy, but when you look into the center of the city, and the city's huge, that one section where all the industry is just nothing but a pile of black, thick smoke over everything, and also hammers. And it's not like tink, tink, that kind of hammers. It's more like big mechanical bong, you know, bong, you know, big, like you might have a team of slaves raising it and then dropping it. And, you know, because they also, the swamps are very full of iron ore. So there are people who go into the swamps just to dig out iron ore and stuff like that. And then they bring it back to Comorium where it's refined into steel. And then either the ingots are sold to other people, or the or weaponsmiths and armor makers change it into whatever it is that, you know, and then they sell it. So yeah, Comorium is completely covered in black, nasty smog in that area. And then like less so in other areas, but
sorry, I have to do this. William Sova wrote something that I gotta go. In a world of sword and sorcery, neutral means they are not actively out to get you, which is a boon in a harsh world.
It is.
This summer, DM James Productions brings you the greatest fantasy film of all time. Hyperborea Lives.
That would be great. I wish.
How you doing, man?
And then like get the music be kind of like Conan the Barbarian,
exactly.
But not quite. But you know,
ding, 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 ding. You know, like a little bit of Russian, throw a little Russian sound in there just to make you happy. You know, it'd be good.
Well, I mean, throw a little everything in there. Hyperborea literally has everything.
Yeah, that wouldn't work because that would be what we call chaos. So
yeah,
we'd have to pick something and run with it.
But I mean, you could do like no, I like the drums. But like American Indians exist in the setting. It's just they're very rare because the Eskimo went to war with them and almost completely wiped them out. So they hide. They're the Clinge, whatever. They're from Washington State, British Columbia. That group, Clingics or whatever.
Squamish? Don't know. I know the Squamish and the Salish.
Yeah, they're part of that Confederation or whatever. They're one of them. And then, of course, you've got Laplanders. And again, they went to war with the Eskimos and almost got wiped out. So they're rare. But that's Finns. That's the Sami people. The Cimmerians are straight up either Ukraine or Russian or whatever, you know. They're the plains dwellers. And then the Celts are obviously the Celts, right? I mean, a lot of it's pretty obvious. If it
Yes.
says Celt or Viking or whatever, it's pretty obvious what we're talking about over here. But then there are some weird ones like the Atlanteans who can't reproduce with any other human group because they're aquatic or semi-aquatic. Atlanteans have gills on their neck and webbed fingers. And the Hyperboreans also cannot reproduce with any other brand of human, and they all look like Elric. Except they all look like Elric. I mean, the only difference is a lot of them have blonde hair, like golden blonde hair, but some of them have bone white hair. And they all have bone white skin, and they all have purple eyes. So, it's Elric. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
But yeah, there's whole areas that are dominated by Greek culture where they worship Apollo and everything. And there's areas where the Romans are hanging on, and they got their temples and everything. So, but see, Cremorium is a gigantic port, and that's the place where everyone goes. Catch you later, Coco. So when you're walking down the streets of Cremorium, you could run into literally anything and anyone because that's just what it is. Even some things that would be considered normally monsters, like pigs. Well, okay, half-blood pigs are normally monsters.
Cool. I say nothing. I say
well,
cool.
I mean, the
Thank you.
half-blood pigs are the ones that sometimes reproduce with like the pig demons.
The pig
And of course, what the
demons are
offspring
coming
of a
for
pig demon
you.
and a half-blood pig is? Pig-faced
Pig orc.
orc. Yep. And they have a whole kingdom. And their capital city is
how nice for them.
Orcust. And they hate everyone.
I was going to come to the show, but I was feeling a little orchest.
And then you've got your four-armed ape men and carnivorous apes and Neanderthal that live all over the place. And sometimes they're nice and sometimes not. The men of the Ling who could be nice or could enslave and eat you. I mean, the Chocho people, at least you know where you stand with them. They want you dead. Like all the time, every time. Yeah,
Oh,
they're
that's
evil
fair.
little pygmies that live in the on the plateau of Ling. And they pretty much hate about everything else.
Also fair.
And for some reason, they have like light gray skin.
Where's
I don't
Shadow?
know. I was just saying that before you popped in. I was like, but yeah, William Sova and whoever the chat's basically been sitting here listening to me go off about different things I've done in the Hyperborea game. Like
No way. You were talking about Hyperborea?
I was
That's
kind of.
impossible.
I was. We started off with Hyperborea, and then we made a segue into H.P. Lovecraft's Dreamlands. Lost Kadath, and in the Dreamlands, the cats, you can't kill the cats of Ulthar because one, they're protected by Bast, and two, they're smart, and three, if you kill one of them, they may kill you and eat you. Well, the city of Ulthar doesn't exist in Hyperborea, so I put the cats of Ulthar in Cremorium, which means when the players arrive in Cremorium, one of the first things they're told is, under no circumstances may you harm a cat.
Do not fuck with
And
the
there are
cats.
cats literally everywhere.
So it's basically turkey.
Yeah, they're just cats everywhere. They wander around. They do whatever they want. And you are not allowed to harm a cat. Except some nights,
Talk with
Some
the
nights when the second moon, which I think is called Deimos, is closest to Hyperborea, the cats will jump from the roofs of Comorium to the moon. But for what reason?
God
Who
damn
knows?
moon cats.
But then they come back. And because I added,
God damn those moon cats always jumping off the roof to the moon and then jumping back.
in Lovecraft's thing, the cats really, really hate the moon beast.
Hi, everybody. James has had a computer crash and
Yes,
somehow
you-
I've taken over. Now that it's winter in the lands of Zeg Media, I would like to invite you all to the Festival of the Winter Princess, wherein we will destroy Hyperborea with our armies of Icemen. Oh, hi, James.
No, that would just be integrated into the thing you're talking about. Kind of
I
already
said
exists.
we're going to destroy it, and that's what's going to
I don't think
happen.
you can destroy it.
I think you can. If it was created, it can be uncreated, sir.
That is weird because I just watched a thing on philosophy about some guy trying to argue that reality only exists because we think it does or something.
Ah, yes, that's my favorite. People who become philosophers that sound like guys you went to high school with who smoked too much
Yeah, and
weed.
it's like
Those are
I'm
my
sitting here
favorite.
being like, wait, what? You know, it's the nihilist thing where they're like, you know, consciousness was a huge mistake that never should have happened or something. And I'm just like,
What is that line?
it's like, how do you live? You know, it's like, how can you truly believe that and then wake up every morning and do anything? You know, if you automatically already believe, like at a fundamental level, that every single thing you do is pointless, then it's just like,
This is what I was looking for. Far out in the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a small, unregarded yellow sun. Orbiting this at a distance of roughly 90 million miles is an utterly insignificant little blue-green planet whose ape-descended life forms are so amazingly
that
primitive that
Douglas
they still
Adams?
think digital watches are a pretty neat idea. Yes.
catnip. I don't think
I'm just trying to
catnip
find the card
exists
for
in Hyperborea. So, you know, but if it did, it wouldn't be a controlled substance because that would involve denying the cats something they want, which is not something you can do.
Many were increasingly of the opinion that they'd all made a big mistake coming down from the trees in the
Yep.
first place.
Well, okay, see, I've heard of the belief of anarcho-primitivism. Okay, I get it. You think society and technology suck. Fine. You want to be freaking Ted Kaczynski or something. Okay. But no, I'm talking about the guys that are like, all of reality is just fundamentally meaningless. And it's like, man, that's a rough one to cope with, right? Like, meaningless. So nothing you
A little
do
too heavy for me,
matters
man.
at all.
And nothing else matters.
Black Album. Yeah, so if catnip did exist, you would be expected to actually grow it and, like, you know, maybe once a year sprinkle it all around for the cats in some big festival. Maybe make like wreaths out of it and take it to the Temple of Bast and hang it there. You know, because having added the cats from the Dreamlands, I had to add Bast also.
Of course you
Because she's in the Dreamlands and the cats of Kadath are her
Yes.
special babies.
Dream Quest of the Unknown
Yeah.
Kadath.
So, you know, and the good thing about Hyperborea, like a lot of settings, is you can pretty much add anything you want. Like, seriously, you know, if a player wanted to play a Carolingian Frank that worshiped Jesus, he could do it. He'd probably be lonely, since when he'd come rolling in with his crucifix talking about Christ, the rest of the people on the planet would be like, what? I mean,
Who is this Christos of whom you're
right.
speaking?
They'd be like, nah, we We don't believe in that guy. We believe in the giant toad bat monster.
Have you met?
Yeah. Like, sorry, but in this town we worship Tulu. Okay, then. And then, of course, I was talking, the min-maxer in me had to tell everybody that the most powerful group in Hyboria would just be like 6 or plus clerics. And not even like the subclass clerics, just the generic cleric. Because I don't think most monsters could even kill a group of that, even if you want to. Between the fact that they can all wear heavy armor, carry heavy shields, use good weapons, and cast 2 healing spells a day, it's like, what are you going to do with these guys, right? They're going to beat you to death. At level 1, they're just as good at fighting as a fighter is. So, and plus that's 6 turn undeads a day. So yeah, I mean, just your normal cleric is really OP in this game. And I saw it when we played, because Hungar's character is just a generic cleric. And he was just running amok, you know, doing whatever he wanted. And I was just like, damn, okay.
Hungar doing whatever he wanted?
No, I just mean his character was able to do pretty much everything. Like, he could stand in the front row and fight. He could, you know, throw a heal spell. He could turn some undead. He just was like the Swiss Army knife of the group. There was nothing he couldn't do, you know.
Cool.
Whereas like my wife's character, since she's a berserker, she's a good fighter 80% of the time. And then she's just straight up death on wheels 20% of the time. When she goes into the berserk rage with her dual axes and shit, because she's a Viking berserk. And so yeah, her character can be really brutally deadly for a little amount of time.
And more importantly, her love for you is like ticking.
Berserk, yeah. Yeah, too nice as a species, right? But yeah. So that's basically the thing. I have taken Grimorium, and I have basically decided I'm going to use all the information I know about Lankmar as, you know, color for Grimorium. Since it's basically the same thing, it's a port city surrounded by a giant swamp with a causeway leading out to a town called Swampgate. And people go out there and they work digging up peat, or there's actual ponds or lakes of oil. And then they bring it back to the city. Plus they mine iron out of the swamps, and they bring it back to the city to forge steel for whatever, right? So the whole city is just powered by these giant peat freaking powered furnaces that are, of course, covering the whole place in soot. So the administrators of the city all wear black togas, because if they try to wear any other color of toga, it would just turn black anyway.
Fair. Listen, I've done my obligation. I said if I was done eating, you were still on, I'd come back, and I have, but I really want to take a nap because I've got the itis. So I'm going to go take a nap with my fooditis.
You take a nap. I'm probably going to end this in a second. I just wanted to put together, because I haven't got anything together in a while, some Leman Russ tanks. These ones are demolishers, so they got the big battle cannon.
Have a good one,
See you
James.
later.
See you later.
I have not checked out that at all. I have mostly, if I have to say what I've been reading, it's mostly been Lovecraft, Howard, Clark Ashton Smith, Darlith, stuff like that. And by reading, I mean listening to on YouTube. Like last night, I listened to The Mound, which Lovecraft wrote with someone else. There was like a lady, and they like co-wrote that story. And yeah, I love that story. The whole idea of like the people that live underground in the Blue Cave, and you know, the Indians being like, don't mess with those people, bad juju. And you know, bad medicine actually is what they say. And like then you get to read the chronicles of the Spaniard who had went down there and how that all turned out. Not great, but you know, whatever. Yeah, The Mound is a great story. I like The Mound. My favorite though is always going to be Rats in the Wall. Hey, on to XZS. Welcome. I don't recognize you, so welcome. The new Epic scale is 8 millimeter, 8-ish millimeter, not 6 millimeter. So unfortunately for all the guys that have like all of those huge armies of Space Marines back in the day, like I did, my buddy Shadow has, if you put like the old Space Marine stuff next to the newer stuff, it looks lame. It looks really stupid. Free on Audible. Yeah, on Audible, when I do listen to Audible, I've been listening to Dungeon Crawler Carl quite a bit. And if anyone knows anything about that, then I can tell you my favorite character is probably the cat, Queen Donut or whatever. I'm a huge fan of that cat. The cat is pretty awesome. Carl's okay, you know, for a guy, but the cat's pretty cool. But yeah, the new Epic, yeah, it's like I got a sprue here of Leman Russ tanks. They're demolishers or annihilators, this particular, and you can see how big the side is compared to say my fat hand. So these guys are much bigger. Like, okay, here's a good way to show you a scale. This is a Warhound Titan. You can see how big that thing is. I mean, you know, that's gigantic compared to the old ones. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, this is a thing people don't like about the new Epic game. Legion Imperialis is what it's called, is that it takes place during the Horus Heresy. So they haven't added orcs or Eldar or anything like that, which personally I think is stupid, because one of the biggest battles leading up to the Horus Heresy was against that giant orc. I forget the name of the world they fought on, but there was that huge orc that they ended up having to fight, and I forget who killed it. It was either Dorn or Lionel Johnson or somebody, but oh no, I think it might have been Horus himself that killed it. But anyway, you get the point. There should be orcs in the game, at least orcs, you know. But right now, I have a Dark Mechanical Army, Imperial Guard Army, which they call Solar Auxilia, Space Marines, a Mechanical Army, and a Knight Army. And I just picked up the book that allows me to field a Titan Army, Collegia Titania or whatever. So I could literally field 3,000 points, and it would just be like 5 miniatures, 6 miniatures. Because I could bring my Warbringer Nemesis, a couple of Reavers, and then a couple of Warhounds, and that would pretty much be about that. Yeah. Speaking of Warhammer Nemesis, or Warbringer Nemesis, what is that? Like, here's one of the heavy knights. This is just a knight. This thing is bigger than the old Warhound by a lot. I mean, it's almost as big as a Reaver. And this is just a knight. So, yeah, the scales, the difference between 6 and 8 is apparently a lot. You know, when we're talking scale. Oh, there he is. This will blow your mind if you're even still watching, Jason. This is a Warbringer Nemesis Titan. This guy is like 9 inches tall, at least. And that's epic. So the Warbringer is kind of like a giant. See, it's got anti-aircraft guns mounted on the top, a missile launcher in the center top, and then, you know, it's got all kinds of guns everywhere. This thing right here is truly a beast. And if you play the Titan army, that's pretty much the leader of your Titan warband. The Warbringer Nemesis. So yeah, my wife says she's going to learn to play this game. That's going to be Jason. I'm going to assume it's Jason because Jason, or I am what we've been talking about, currently running Hyperborea, 3rd edition, which is a very, very close to AD&D, except the setting is super, super weird. Since it's set on a flat realm that's shaped like a hexagon, floating in orbit around Saturn, and you have to play a human, but there's literally 20 kinds of human you can play. So, like in this game, if you want to play a Viking, you can play a Viking. If you want to play a Finn, you can play a Finn, or an Atlantean, or a Hyperborean, or an Amazon, or a Roman, a Greek, a Celt, a Cimmerian, you know, a Kurgan. Yeah. Which the Kurgans were just, you know, Russians. There's an actual oblast in Russia called Kurganstan or something. But there are Kurgan burial mounds all over Russia and Poland. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and Merry Christmas to you. I will be, of course, celebrating Christmas January, but Merry Christmas to all of my December Christmas celebrators. So yeah, I built my Leman Russ tanks. So that was something I've been needing to do. And I have another 4 I need to build. And I think instead of building this 4 as demolishers, I'm going to build them as annihilators, which have like a giant ass plasma cannon. You know, because you can take them in units of between 2 and 4 and 8. So I like to mix it up a little bit. And of course, right now I am painting the flesh on this sacrifice that's on this table that's got like weird tentacles all over it. And I'm probably going to go back with my fine brush and paint all the weird tentacles like a light shade of green. And then paint the turquoise part as like some kind of marble or alien stone or whatever. But and of course, when I'm just doing flesh washes and I don't really whatever, my favorite flesh wash is probably Citadel's Guilliman flesh. I'm a huge fan of that. And I'm almost empty of it too. So, you know, I've been painting a lot of stuff. Sometimes I use it as a shade, though. Sometimes I'll paint the miniature a really pale flesh color. the flesh of it, and then I'll use the Gilliman as almost a shade, and then I'll go back like this guy I did that with. I'll go back and carefully just paint the tops, of all the muscles and stuff, so that it has that weird kind of contrast. It's a little cartoonish, but some people really like that style. So yeah. What happened is I started running Hyperborea, so I started painting miniatures specifically for Hyperborea, and it put me behind schedule on getting all of my epic stuff painted up. So, plus, I mean, it's the holidays, so I've been, all over the damn place. I've been to Georgia twice, and Georgia and back twice, and freaking Gainesville or wherever, because it is that time of year when your family expects to see you. So now I need to figure out what color will I be painting her dress. I do not. He lives about 45 minutes from me, and I do watch his channel on occasion. He seems like a really nice guy. But the thing with Orlando is, like, Dungeon Delver and Harmony Ginger live in Orlando. But that doesn't mean we're as close as you would think, right? Because I live on the south side of Orlando, like near Kissimmee, right? And he lives, I think, on the west side. And I'm not sure where Harmony might live. But, I mean, depending on traffic and stuff, it could be anywhere between 45 minutes and an hour and a half. I do know that there's a game store over there. I don't know if he hangs out at it or not, called Gods and Monsters. That's pretty cool. I liked it a lot when I went there. But where I am, we have Coliseum of Comics. And I've been going to the Coliseum of Comics since I was in my teen years, you know what I mean? So I know the owner. We played football together and stuff. And so I have a lot of loyalty. Well, then I'm already a subscriber of his, so I can't help that. But a local con with the Dungeon Delver, hell yeah, I'd show up. I might even consider running a game of Hyperborea or something for him. That's his local store. Yeah. I went up there. They had a lot of really good stuff. Like me and my wife were up there for a totally different reason. We saw the store. I was like, I want to go in that store. And she's like, okay. And we went in there, and I ended up walking out with like 2 Displacer Beast miniatures and, a bunch of stuff. UK definition of long distance. Now, see, that's long distance within the city, Man-O-War, but for me, long distance would be driving to Michigan, and that's like a 2-day drive. But in the city, like if I leave the house anytime between 3 and 7, you might as well just double the commute time, because traffic down here is horrible. Of course, they're widening all the roads. So everything's going from, I think, 4 to 6 lane. I mean, the government's trying to do everything it can to fix the situation, but it is a situation for real. I mean, it's like, like when we were on our way home from Georgia the other day, it was smooth sailing all the way from it was smooth sailing all the way from Georgia to North Orlando, at which point it was like 10 miles an hour all the way down I-4. I mean, it was just like, really, you know. Pretty much our GPS device, it tells us when we're going to arrive. And by the time we hit Orlando, that when we're going to arrive number went up by like 30 minutes. Oh, shit. Damn. Yeah, that's a good drive. The longest drive I have ever done, and I didn't drive it, I rode it because I was a kid, was Kentucky to Alaska. That sucked. It really did. Because the person I was riding with, my bio dad, never wanted to stop. You know, and we didn't have enough money to like go through any, you know, fast food. So they would pull over to a grocery store and just fill the cooler with ice and bologna and shit. And we were literally in that car for like 6 or 7 days. It was absolutely not a good time. But if I drive to Kentucky to see my mom, well, ride, I should say, my wife drives. We usually make sure to get a hotel room like halfway there. So we drive like 8 hours or however long. Then we stay at the Hilton and rest and watch TV and F around. And then, you know, we wake up the next morning and finish the ride. And, you know, because we stopped and ate and everything, it doesn't seem so bad, you know. So, yeah, my wife has totally spoiled me when it comes to long distance traveling, because for her, if it's more than like 4 hours, we're definitely going to be stopping at a hotel. Pickled pimento loaf. My mom loves pimento cheese sandwiches. She just grew up eating that, I guess. I'm not a fan of pimento cheese sandwiches, but she definitely is. As far as a pickle pimento loaf food, I don't even know what the hell that is. But, you know. So, yeah, we'll split the drive so it's not so bad. But you driving that U-Haul all over the place, that sucks. Pimento and cheese dip. Yeah, my mom buys the stuff. It comes in like a container, and it's just like pimento cheese spread. And then she'll put it on like white bread and make a sandwich and eat it. It's, you know, I mean, okay. You know, I'm just like, all right, cool. I mean, you know, I'm not going to make fun of somebody for liking something. And apparently that's something she really likes. So I don't know, but Bill takes cheesecake. Does Bill make cheesecake? Oh, it was common lunch. Oh, pimento loaf. That's like bologna with bits of pimento in it. I've seen it. I've seen it for sale. I've never ate it, but I've seen it. It looks literally like round bologna, but it's got like bits of pimento all in it. Honestly, it's probably pretty good. Now that I know what he's talking about, I probably would eat that. Yeah. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have a problem with that. But the pimento cheese sandwiches, apparently back in the 50s and 60s, that was just like super common in the South. You know, it was just a thing. So, you know. But Dave. See, I don't know. I'll just call him Dungeon Delver because I don't feel like I know him good enough to call him informally. But yeah, I've watched his videos. I like his little crab on his computer. You know, he seems like a really good guy. I did watch when he was running Gamma World, and yeah, it looked like a lot of fun. Looked like everybody was having a blast. So I have zero negative feelings or anything negative at all to say about Dungeon Delver or Harmony Ginger. I think they're both great. And if Dave finally hits his 10,000, and I hope he does, and I'll even say on my channel, if you haven't subscribed to Dungeon Delver, do so. Yeah, I would have no problem going to a local tournament and supporting it any way I could, or just paying money and hanging out and playing games, man. That would be a lot of fun, I think, honestly. But we'll see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I worked at the fire department, one of the ladies that worked in admin would like make cheesecake for us during this time of year. So, yeah, that makes sense. See, mainly the only thing I can really cook is curries. So I just let my wife, she's not a fan of curry at all. So really, dinner is going to be up to her because she is not a big fan of the spicy curry. But then again, yeah, there's a few people that I would like to meet in real life one day. He might be one of them. Professor Dungeon Master, definitely. Vic, definitely. I don't know. I think I'd have a good time bullshitting around with the Greyhawk Grognard. Well, then, Manowar, you go watch that because I've been on for a while now, and I am going to. Oh, Saxius. How I have the fortitude to go that long? Well, for one, that's what she said. But I've been painting. Here's a woman getting ready to be sacrificed on an altar of Cthulhu. I've painted some crabs. I built a sprue of Lehman Russ tanks. And I had like a 2-hour conversation about Hyperborea, the role-playing game, and why I like it. And also why clerics are super OP in that game. I mean, I'm sitting down. This is not, this is nothing. Well, I deleted the video when I deleted a lot of my old videos. And now I kicked myself in the ass because I had an interview where Dungeon Minister came on, not a live stream, just him and I asked him like 15 questions and we chatted. I mean, I know Dungeon Minister's real name. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to dox the guy. But, I love that guy to death. Dungeon Minister's great. He's also one of my favorites. Saxius. Huge fan of Saxius. Oh yeah, Bear was on, Tim was on, Haas was on. The only one I haven't seen is Shadow, but he might be at mass or something because he said he had to go to confession or something. So I don't know. And then we've had like Jason showed up and asked some questions, but we've had a pretty good group, sitting here. Of course, me and Bear start talking about 80s songs and whatever. And yes, when I'm live streaming, and the reason I live stream is because I'm painting. And when I'm live streaming, I can chat with you guys while I'm painting. Otherwise, I wouldn't be live streaming. So anytime you see me live streaming, just know I am painting something or building something. And then the live stream just helps with me paying attention to what I mean, honestly, I can't do one thing at once. I have to do at least 2 or 3 things at one time, or else it just don't work out. So that said, though, I am taking off. It has been 4 hours. My wife should be getting off work soon. Well, in an hour, but she bought me a pub sub for lunch, so I'm going to go eat that. And I don't know. Coveting more miniatures. I don't know what he's confessing about. I don't ask those kind of questions, but I think we all, there's a meme I put on my Discord where it's like an alien lands and the army guy's like, what wisdom have you brought to us from beyond the stars? And the alien's like, don't buy any more miniatures until you finish painting the ones you own. And like the next frame, you just see the army guy chucking the alien back into the spaceship. Like, get out of here. Yeah, you guys have a wonderful day. And I will catch you all later. Getting